vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes, but so what?
Well, hello and happy Friday. Welcome to Son of Liberty Radio. And I'm here to lighten up your Friday evening a little bit. We're gonna have some fun tonight. I see that there's people here and they're already saying hello. If I can figure out where my mouse is from one computer to the next, I will say hello to you. I see Mallory is in here, and Homicidal Maniac, and Mowgli, and Tom, and Troop, and Shannon, and Kevin Crowley's here, oddly. And my friend Andrew K. from New York, Owl. Hello, Owl. What's up? So anyway, we do our best to bring pretty good guests onto this show. We've had, Senator Holly Hughes from Australia. We've had wonderful Dr. Charles Gardner from Inco. We've had tons and tons of amazing guests on the show, and I'm sure Eliana will not get mad if I forgot her name. But tonight we've lined up an amazing guest who has an amazing story, and guess what? He's one of us, and his story is pretty identical to ours. Was a smoker, had a hard time quitting, discovered vaping, and is no longer a smoker. So we're going to talk to him. He's also running for public office in New York City, New York State, a place where vaping is not really considered good, and you can't get flavors, and it's just difficult. Smokers are being left behind, and we're going to talk about that. But anyway, before we bring our guest on, let me get my friend Kevin so he can tell everyone he doesn't like me.
I don't like you, Patrick. And this was mandatory last night, so I wanted to share.
You got a dunce cap on? Is that what it is?
That's exactly. I was going to put Patrick, I stole your hat, but I didn't have time.
I thought you were just outing yourself as a dunce.
No, okay. little third birthday party, and I'm very upset with York peppermint patties because they're
where is Logan? I don't hear him screaming.
Oh, he gone. He long gone. It doesn't say it contains chocolate. It just says soy, milk, and eggs. I'm really upset about this. So anyway,
it's very soy.
I don't know. It just says soy, milk, and eggs.
Yeah, soy's not a word that we like right now.
Tisk.
Oh, but everybody says hello to Kevin. Leanna's in the room too.
Oh, try to behave.
No. But anyway, what's going on with you this week other than your grandchild's third birthday?
Well, it was Logan Day yesterday. There was nothing else for the whole week. That was it.
Oh, so
that's the whole thing.
Birthday week. So James Jarvis is in the chat room too. Our wonderful friend from Ohio.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, you're in Ohio too. So I guess I have two friends in Ohio.
You don't know how lucky you are.
But I'm really excited about our guest tonight. There was a Twitter exchange. There was a thing on Twitter, and I saw that New York State Vapor Trade Association, had endorsed our guest for public office, and I did a little look in, and I was like, I need to have this guy on the show.
Why not?
So I hit him up on Twitter, and a few days later, he's like, I'm in. So I'm all excited. Are you ready? Are you excited?
I'm always excited. Yeah, this is more
well,
exciting.
It's hard to tell, Kevin. You don't really show too much exuberance and excitement. There's a little smile. So everyone, we're going to bring in our guest. And, I actually screwed up. I was intending to ask to make sure that I pronounced his last name properly because I wanted to be respectful, and I didn't. I'm going to say Oz Sultan, and he'll correct me when he comes on the screen. He's running for 30th District State Senate in New York, and he's a vapor.
Hey guys,
hello, Mr. Sultan.
It's just Sultan.
Okay.
Trying to make it easy.
Or Sultan. So how are you?
Not too shabby. This is an interesting race. I ran for this last year, then I got cancer. I'm in the process of beating cancer now. I got asked to run again. It's a 5-week race because what happened was so we all know that Cuomo stepped down, right? And
Yes.
Hochul, who was our lieutenant governor, stepped up, and that vacated the lieutenant governor seat. So she picked Brian Benjamin, who was the guy I ran against last time, who's the current elected, and that vacated his seat. And he waited until about the last moment possible to do this. And it's also interesting too, because they ran through 6 ballots to figure out who they wanted on the Dem side. And in addition to that, well, by the way, Cuomo had restricted ballot access for any like third parties. And then all of a sudden there's an independent who happened to run part of his campaign that seems to be running too. And I'll tell you, it was impossible for us to get the independence line. It was impossible for us to get anything else, because if we were to, we would have had to get 3,000 signatures in 1 week with COVID restrictions, which is real strange, So
Yeah.
it's one of these bizarre races that's come up. I mean, I've run the local Republican club for 5-6 years up here. I'm also one of the few guys that's figured out UBI. One of the announcements we've got coming in the next week is we're going to have a full crypto-backed UBI solution that we're going to open up to a couple of single moms to start. But the longer-term goal and part of my platform is, if we're able to actually make it to office, I'd like to bring crypto-based UBI to the entire state. And then on top of that, I mean, you've seen from the vaping endorsements, I'm happy to submit, to work with folks in industry and submit a bill to change things from a legal perspective in Albany, because it's one of two things. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with the law, but I'll kind of walk you through a couple of things. There's 3 ways that we could do this. One is I could put a bill on the floor. We can vote on it, and we have to get support. And there's a likelihood that it could be knocked down by state Democrats. 2 is we can make some procedural changes. Okay, and so that's through a variety of different motions. And then the third option to this is that we could try and put it on the ballot. That's a little bit more difficult than either of the first 2. And I think part and parcel of the challenge that we run into as vapors and former vapors is how exactly do you do that? Well, I'm going to have to get a lot of support in Albany. And then we have to put it to the state. And because there's such a misinformation coming out, and I think largely from the Democratic side of things, because they're like, kill all the vaping, kill all the smoking. I'm like, wait. Maybe you need to come to some of these neighborhoods that aren't your neighborhoods, that don't have, a freezer in your basement just for your artisanal ice cream, right? I don't know if you saw Nancy Pelosi showing that type of a thing, but it's just like, you need to understand that, like, I'm talking about UBI at the level of $100 a month. That's going to be life-changing to single moms and shelters. Okay. And you're sitting here talking about ice cream that's about $14 a pint. And at the same point in time, you're talking about disenfranchising people from everything from vaping to cigarettes to whatnot. And I'm like, you need to look at the dissonance in society in between rich and poor. And, the simple fact that, like, the carve outs that happen in the minimum wage, you could raise the minimum wage to $25. You're still not solving the problem that happened during the Clinton administration, which was they decoupled healthcare from the minimum wage. So they said, hey, raise the minimum wage, but, these people aren't covered for healthcare anymore. And what they did was they kind of ruined about half of America, because there's a lot of America, like, folks don't understand all of this stuff coming up with like, let's go and pay for people's college education. It's not our fault that you went and took out a $300,000 loan for a X studies degree that doesn't actually get you a job. At the same time, 2/3 of Americans don't have college degrees, and folks are asking about 2/3 of Americans to tax support the bailout of other folks. It doesn't work. And so I don't know exactly where you want to start this. And sorry, I just
Well, no, I mean, normally we ask for your bio. Who are you?
My name's Sultan. I've been in New York for about 20 years. I've been the head of the Harlem Republican Club for about 7 years. Been slowly rebuilding up here over the course of the past 5 years. We're able to reinstall district leaders I'm in the 70th right now. We've got the 68th, the 71st, which is above me, and the 72nd, which is above me. So right now we've got Republican district leaders pretty much from 96th Street all the way up to 200th Street. Mm-hmm. And so that covers basically the top of the island.
Yeah.
And, my focus has been over the past couple of years, kind of looking at like, what are the big problems and how can we solve these problems with policy? And we've tested some stuff like, I've partnered with Mitzi Perdue's Win the Fight. And, we've gone after human trafficking. Right.
Yeah.
So we're the anti-human trafficking folks. And there's a lot of things, people don't pay any attention when a 6-year-old Black girl is grabbed from a school. And this stuff happens, not frequent, but a frequent enough basis. They don't pay attention when, Black kids and brown kids are suffering the way they're suffering. And, we have the whole country watching one girl who disappeared inside of a park and her boyfriend, and this thing just playing out on national television. And I can give you 10 cases that happen here in Harlem and no one cares. And this is a consistent thing over and over again. And for all the wokies out there, well, you might say you're woke, but you don't seem to care when this kind of stuff happens inside of our neighborhood. So I don't think that's very woke. And I just think that it's lip service.
It's whatever makes them the press. And now I'm gonna deviate slightly. So recently, and this is a pop culture thing. This is they made a big huge announcement that that Superman was going to be gay.
They made no. Hold on. There's a bigger announcement than that. Much bigger announcement. Truth, justice, and the American way. Why'd you go into that one?
So, there's currently this huge anti-American sentiment. So the first announcement was like a month ago that Robin was gay. Mm-hmm. Then they announced that the Superman's gay, and then they announced that they were changing. I'm sorry.
You want to be inclusive? Why don't you announce Robin's Christian? No, seriously.
That would be.
I mean, like,
that
why
would
don't
be
we
weird.
talk about full inclusivity here? Okay. Because I don't like, look, the sexuality police out there, I respect what you're doing, and I respect what you're doing inside of your communities. But you also have to think that there's a lot of things going on right now that I'm watching and seeing on a regular basis where I've had to like intercede in between gay kids yelling at straight kids about their Christianity. And I'm not Christian, and it's just like, we need to work at things from an equality basis in this country where we understand that there's
representation is the goal, then everyone needs to be represented.
Correct. And that's my perspective.
The huge backlash, and I'm happy. I don't care who Batman or who Robin sleeps with, or who the new Superman sleeps with.
It doesn't matter. We care about the plot.
It's the fact that they announced that Clark Kent would be retiring and would no longer be Superman. So not only did they add an LGBTQIA. There's so many new abbreviations. I don't know them all, but then they're removing the Superman that I grew up with, and then they said, "Oh, we're going to change the slogan to Truth, Justice, and a Better Tomorrow,"
with removing the American way part.
There's this huge backlash. So the conservatives that are upset because they're taking America out of.
I'm not upset as a conservative. I'm upset as a former comic shop owner.
Oh, I didn't even know that. See now we have other things to talk about because all behind me.
I go all the way back to Heroes World when Diamond bought up Heroes World and ruined the comic industry in '95.
Well, Diamond's dead now anyway, so
I know they got eaten up too.
Not to turn this into a geek show, but
we can totally go there. But I mean, look at my shirt.
we do that. We do have.
It's Friday night at 10 p.m. I figured this is like the only interview I'm doing this week that I don't have to wear a collared shirt for.
Oh no. We would never require that. We would never require that. But yeah, I mean, exceptionalism seems to be on the way out. American exceptionalism, and I'm sorry, but I've
It's not
said
even
this
American
before.
exceptionalism. Why can't you just say Americans are okay? Like, it's cool being American. You know,
I wore a hat last week with this on
I
it.
have to deal with so much weird hate just being brown that people are like, why don't you go back to your country? And I'm like, well, I'm originally from Pittsburgh, so okay, I guess I could go back there, you know, but the steel industry's dead. You know, and at the same point,
Now I want to go to Primonti's for a sandwich.
It's Primanti's.
Well, I lived in Pennsylvania too, so yeah, I wasn't born there though, so I probably didn't pronounce
Now there's
it
always
properly.
that like East versus West. That's a separate argument. It's the Philly cheesesteak versus the Primanti sandwich.
It's a sandwich with French fries on it. It's perfect.
And coleslaw.
And coleslaw.
That's
But anyway,
with egg.
So you mentioned that you're currently, you know, fighting cancer, or
Well, I'm getting over it. I'm getting through it. I mean, I'm almost in remission right now. I announced it the other day. You know, that's one of the reasons I chose to run, because thank you, Mallory Gates. That was one of the reasons I chose to run, was basically because I'm like, look, we have to change a lot of things, and like living through like this and seeing what the healthcare establishment does to people and ending up, you know, mostly financially gutted. But you know, I'm making my way back. But at the same point in time, understanding the amount of change that we really need in our neighborhoods, you know. And some basic stuff. I mean, we had vaping shops that people had put their entire, you know, nest egg into, that they've had to ball up because, oh, you don't want, you know, flavors are a gateway. I'm like, the flavors are a gateway, then you better get the hell rid of Mickey's Big Mouth and every flavored alcohol that's out there. I want to see all of them removed. In fact, I want to see everything with the synthetic sugar-free flavor removed. Okay, because you're going to play that game. That's the gateway. And you know who that gateway drug affects? That affects every single person in my urban community, and that affects poor white communities, because I grew up outside of Appalachia. Okay, and I'm one of the few people that can speak to all this stuff. All right, and I
was born in West
The
Virginia.
mills closed in '86, and it was a friggin' nightmare. And all that stuff is the gateway.
Yeah.
Vaping,
flavored
vaping. I mean, most of it was, you know, I was a 3-pack a day smoker, and I don't smoke anymore. You know, and what gateway was that? Was vaping. It was Juuls, and then we actually switched over because, I mean, the Juuls just got too freaking expensive for what they were, honestly. And then, you know, it was a rig kind of similar to what you have there, Kevin.
Yeah.
And see, the wonderful thing about vaping is
I had the
that
Nautilus 1 and the Nautilus 2.
He's a Nautilus boy.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh
yes.
Yeah, we could vaping, and I shouldn't say we, because neither Kevin and I are in the industry. We are just passionate users of these products that don't want to go back to smoking. But
Right.
The thing about vaping, and everybody seems to forget, is that vaping, the reason it's so successful is that it can be all things to all people. It can be flavored vaping. It can be massive clouds. It can be little clouds. It can be, you know, high nic, low nic, whatever it takes to get you off of smoking. That's the wonderful thing about it, because it can be tailored to each person's individual preferences.
Correct.
But you start taking options away from people, and you stick them with only tobacco flavor and menthol, or in some places not. I mean, there's places that are even banning menthol. So
they've been starting to do that too. So I mean, your options are tobacco flavor or flavorless, which is kind of garbage.
Well, FDA even MDO'd some flavorless products.
Yeah.
So
it's a focus on restricting the entire industry from a nanny perspective. And the problem is that we're a country, if you look at the Constitution, that's actually built on actual freedoms. And the focus that we should realistically have is, if the American people are afforded those freedoms, they are afforded to actually make some bad decisions. And if they can make bad decisions with flavored alcohols, why aren't they afforded that same right with vaping? Okay. And at the same point in time, where we've got doctor after doctor talking about vaping being a utility case by which we can get people off of cigarettes and move them forward into a healthier lifestyle, why are we trying to kill this at the same time? because if you consider the amount of stress, okay, I'm going to go back to the LGBT community for a period. If you go back to the stress these kids, like I've talked to some of these kids, like the shit that these kids have to go through is just like unbelievable sometimes. I mean, the same time of shit that and forgive me, I'm just going to swear. It's Friday night.
Oh, you're perfectly allowed. It's allowed.
Yes.
We are a mature show.
It's the same type of shit that I see kids of color having to go through in a lot of their neighborhoods, because it's like, well, the dad lost his job, then the mom lost her job, then the big thing we're dealing with right now is, and I was on Latino TV talking about this earlier in the week, the number of people that cannot get a job now because they won't get the vaccine, because they don't trust the vaccine, because they don't understand the vaccine. And we're having conversations in the community, but you don't have enough healthcare folks that look like the folks that need to get the vaccine, and there's not enough conversation happening. So the same way that we're seeing removing access from the vaping community, we're seeing the same challenges that we have inside of the vaccine conversation. And anyone who wants to have a conversation about it is shouted down on social media or demonized or called a pariah.
Yeah.
We've
talked. We had Dr. Mariwa Glover on the show. She's a doctor of public health in New Zealand who specializes. She's a Maori woman, and she specializes in nicotine, tobacco in indigenous cultures, and in
which is used in
people of
religious
color
ceremonies,
Well, yes, and some.
And so you're impinging upon religious rights here at the same time. Not that we have enough Maori here, but if you were to talk to anyone who's Native American, you're impinging upon religious rights there.
But I mean, you mentioned at risk, youth, LGBT. We talk about people with neurodiversity issues, but in all of those communities, the communities of color, all of those places have much higher smoking rates than in other communities.
And a lot of this comes to stress. A lot of this comes to the fact that, like, the stuff that we have to deal with. I mean, if you look at the LGBTQ community, they smoke a lot. If you look at the poor white community, they smoke a lot. If you look at the people of color community, we smoke a lot. Okay, and the reason for this is because we don't have mental health. We don't have a lot of these resources, and the parallels in between the communities are there. I mean, everyone talks about like Republicans going after Medicare and Medicaid. One of the biggest things I want to figure out is how we can better serve people with Medicare and Medicaid. I got endorsed by Top Doctor magazine. I want to bring in IoT devices to people's houses so that we can actually get them services where they don't actually have to go to the doctor as much. Because one of the other things you got to think about in the city is the cost, the expense, and the time.
What's IoT?
Internet of Things. So it's basically like imagine your phone would be the communications device, and I could plug stuff in. And then
some of my patients have I can't remember. It's a branded tablet specifically for senior citizens that sets up. It has a cam. It has a speaker on it.
But we're talking things as simple as like there's a box device. It's an Internet of Things device that connects through either their home Wi-Fi or their phone, and I could put it in their toilet. And so every morning, instead of them having to put a bunch of sticks, or if they forget this or that, I get every single thing on like anything. I'm pulling anything I wanted to pull out of their urine in terms of like, what is the load of this? What is the load of that? The doctor has all that stuff emailed to them.
Okay. That would be pretty
emailed
cool,
from the
actually.
IoT device.
I work in home health. That would be perfect.
I'll hook you up with the Top Doc guys. I mean, they're trying to go national with some of this stuff, and what it is they're trying to work on Medicare Part A and Medicare Part D to actually bring the technology in to better people's lives, to simplify them getting to doctors. And having gone through cancer therapy, I can tell you there's days where you can't move. There's a lot of people. They're like, oh, it's cancer therapy. I'm like, you need to understand what this chemo does to us. Look at pictures of me from a year ago and look at my face right now. I lost almost 90 pounds. Okay. And this stuff guts you. I had drains coming out of me. I had all sorts of crazy things. And if I had reasonably good health insurance, and I had trouble. I mean, could you imagine what what other folks have? And they're asking what was my flavor. I actually have been a tobacco flavor user forever because I love tobacco flavor.
All three of us are tobacco vapors.
My strength of choice was 12 milligram, and then I phased it down through to 3 milligram, and then I dropped off from there. But I still have a jewel that I grab every now and then, like if I'm completely stressed out.
That, and here's the thing.
Sorry, I'll be answering your questions as I see them as they pop up.
That's good. And if you see something that you want me to highlight, just let me know.
Yep.
I did about 4 months ago, Kevin, wasn't it, where I asked on Twitter, why are we not asking these people these kids that are specifically vaping? Because 9 times out of 10, there's a stressor.
Why?
There's something that's making them. I mean, it can't always be peer pressure. And one of the things that Dr. Glover pointed out was she has a teenage daughter, and they live in a fairly nice community. And one of the students at her school committed suicide. And they're,
what do you think that does conversation? I mean, what's going to make you start chain smoking as a 14-year-old is someone committing suicide. Okay, because you can't talk to your parents about it. There's no mental health professionals. They bring one person in to kumbaya with the entire body. Okay, and then they expect everyone to get back to normal inside of a week or two, and people are not okay. If you're in college and your roommate or someone on your floor or someone in your building commits suicide, they give you the option to just, just pause the semester. You can pause the semester and come back later, but you're not paying money for many of these schools. So they're not necessarily going to give you or afford you the same type of things. And at the same point in time, and this goes back to, like, I go to the Obama administration, and then I go to the Clinton administration. Before the Clinton administration decoupled healthcare from minimum wage. Okay, and everyone needs to understand how horrific that was to the American people, because 2/3 of America doesn't have a college degree. So 2/3 of America, it's if you have the option, like, I don't know, you're working at the mill or you're working at a factory, something goes wrong, I could just go get a minimum wage job and I still have health care and I could still, pay most of the bills, and I can do that. What the Clintons did was they ripped that apart. And so all of a sudden, you're getting a little bit more in minimum wage. We pushed it up at that point. I think it was like $6.25 to like about $8.50. But now you got to pay for health insurance. And that wasn't cheap. And then what the Obama administration did was they created these state exchanges, and they thought, okay, let's make one group of people pay for another group of people. The whole idea was that the middle class would pay a little bit more, and it would cover the offset for poorer people. But that didn't work. I mean, in New York, our state exchanges have collapsed altogether, and we've got serious problems with this. And a family of 4 buying what's like silver insurance for 4 people, how much do you think that costs on average?
Well, the price here, and there's only one option in the county in Texas that I'm in, was like $1,400 a month per person.
So it's over 2,000.
Yeah.
So if you get the bronze, which basically means it kind of covers you, and you still have to pay all this out of pocket if you have any kind of catastrophic. I mean, that's not health insurance. That's a mortgage payment that doesn't cover you. And I think what we need to go back to as legislators is to have that conversation in between, large companies that are providing this, as well as the state facilities, to figure out how does this work better. And then one of the things that I'm looking at, and this is with the Top Dog guys, is how do we bring in, and also I had an interesting conversation with a Democrat in Berkeley. And he was like, well, what we're doing for those folks in our neighborhoods that are ultra high use is we are creating these state health bonds. And I was like, well, tell me how you're doing that, because one way or the other, we need to get that done in New York. And this is not a Republican or Democrat thing. This is how do we actually start leveraging technology, leveraging these products to save money and start bringing our states into the 21st century, because it's a huge problem. And it's on every single facet that you look at. It's joblessness issues, it's homelessness issues. It's, issues of folks not having enough service or access to service when it comes to medical care. And then the longer term of this is that as the country is becoming more of what I like to call a burgeoning crypto economy, we're not even doing the bare bones education in half of our schools to get people there. And this is above and beyond the challenges that we have in making sure that there's fair vaping access, fair flavor access, and then, not trying to open a business regime, which is what they did by saying, hey, vaping in New York, and then only a couple years later to come in and destroy the whole thing by saying, take all the flavors out. Because guess what? People aren't going to your store that you're paying $5,000 a month in rent for to buy tobacco flavored stuff. They'll just do it online.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, one of the things you talk about on your website, I'm got you over here on the website, is food insecurity. And those same people that are usually, stressed out about where their next meal is coming from, they're also the same demographic that are the people that smoke. And,
no, that's correct. And then we look at the combined challenges that we have there. You're trying to take things away from people that are helping them deal with their stressors, while at the same time, you're not addressing these key issues such as food. And don't even get me started on what's going on in my city with the homeless issue. There was $100 million that was allocated to so we have 50,000 homeless in New York, and basically that $100 million only solves for about 5,000 people. Which doesn't make any sense. And the reason for that, okay, the absolute reason for that is because they pay $5,000 per bunk in a bunk bed per month. So $10,000 per bunk bed to people like Cuomo's sister. Okay. It's all going into the special interests of their friends that make money on this. And they're paid $3,500 a month per bunk in a bunk bed. So $7,000 a month. That means for two people in a bunk bed to be serviced and fed, they got $3,000. Okay. So what do you think? They're basically eating kind of like prison food. Okay. And then at the same point in time, the city is looking to hotels. So $250, $350 a night to put homeless people up. And I'm like, this is a system that only exists to pay your friends.
Yep.
That's all it does. It makes your friends wealthy. If you gave me $100 million, I could solve homelessness in this city. But what we have to do is we have to make sure that we can partner with either developers or, folks that own large tranches of housing so that we can get them into apartments and give them at least a semblance of dignity, then gamify the rest of it. All of us here play video games. Everyone here has a PS3, 4, 5, or, some sort of Xbox or a Switch. But I'm just saying, start gamifying some of this, okay? And if we say, hey, you do this, you get a base food subsidy. But if you do this, you get an additional food subsidy. And if you start getting into the training programs, then we'll give you additional capital for this, that, and the other thing. But then we can train them into the jobs that are actually there. And these aren't minimum wage jobs. These are like, if I can run people through, like I've been working with IQ4 and their IQ4.com. And I've also been working with, with the City University of New York up here. And a lot of the things that we're trying to do is to bring some of these programs in whereby folks can get the education they need in order to get into an entry level job, whether that's in skilled welding or any kind of skilled medical. And there's a ton of different things just from a medical attendant up that start paying at $36,000 to $40,000 a year. And then eventually get them into, some of the crypto jobs and the other things that are out there.
Now he's talking language I don't understand. Crypto jobs and
look, there's tech. I'll just put it to you this way: there's a whole bunch of tech jobs. They start at $50,000 a year. They go all the way up to $95,000 a year, and you don't need a degree.
It's crazy.
The ones that are over 60, you're going to need to take about 18 months worth of training. Okay, but Google even said that they've got their certificates. Facebook has their certificates. You've got all these tech companies that are like, go and get these certificates that are out there. But the problem is, it's not like when I was, in my 20s and there were like these Microsoft certifications that were out there. People aren't aware of like how to get to this stuff or like how to start it, and then how to even like they're not even aware how to write a good resume.
Well, and see, the thing is when you're homeless, or even if you're not homeless, even if you just live in, a hand to mouth situation where you're struggling day to day, and all this to them, even those people, opportunity sometimes sounds like it's unreachable.
It's a big problem. But I think that look, getting into office allows me to say, we'll bring this down here. But you know what it's really going to take? We had hundreds of millions of dollars that were allocated by Trump for COVID, for a variety of other things. And I proposed a couple ideas. I tried to chase our electeds down. I tried to chase, the assembly leader. I tried to chase the state senator who became our lieutenant governor. I've tried to chase a whole bunch of people. And I'm like, why don't we bring that money in here? Why don't we create community centers that are 10 blocks apart that go across the island? Okay. So every 10 blocks, you have one from about 96th Street all the way up to 200th Street. And what we can do is we'll afford people rapid COVID testing. We'll afford people access to these job programs. We'll afford them vaccines if they want the vaccines. Because, I mean, if you're letting someone at CVS give you a vaccine, I can make sure that there's some sort of health attendant that's there that's qualified, and there's enough refrigeration so that we can make all this stuff happen. But they didn't want to listen. And it kills me. It kills me because I've tried to do this stuff, and I've tried to bring the funding in myself for a period of time. And what it takes getting the state Senate, because that's where the money is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, they've been spending their whole political careers not doing stuff.
They've been spending their whole political careers basically taking that money, and it goes into, it's interesting. This woman had emailed me all this documentation. It goes into slush funds, and it goes into special interests. And it's not building cheaper housing. It's not building larger. I mean, I could see $1 million a unit if they were 1,800 to 2,000 square feet, but they're like 1,200 square feet or less.
That's like a studio.
Yeah. That's a studio anywhere else. In New York, that's a 1-bedroom. And how exactly do you expect to come into minority communities like mine and support things? I mean, what you're doing is you're basically saying we're building housing for the gentrifiers. Get the fuck out. That's what you're saying.
Yep.
Yeah. So, when did you start vaping?
When about 10 years ago.
Yeah. So you're an old schooler. Like,
when did the Nautilus 1 come out?
2015.
Okay, so that was my second rig. My first rig was before that. Yeah, it was close to 10 years ago. Yeah. And then I've
been vaping since 2010. So, and I have some problems that require that nicotine helps me, and it keeps me from having to take tons of meds that would alter my personality. Andrew in the chat room actually says it's 2014, and he would know because he actually owns a company called Vape Bands, and they make the little rubber bands that go on your tank so you can protect your glass.
Yeah, I because I broke a couple of those tanks. But that was my second rig, and I liked it because, it was the nice pen size. You could put it in your bag. It traveled well with you. It was just that tank was a little fragile.
Yeah.
And it had that little bubble glass thing at the top,
Exactly.
Yeah. So, the affordable homes, the thing is a lot of all of these problems sort of intersect when it comes to in vaping as well, when it comes to public the public perception of vaping is that it's evil, that we're out to addict your children. We're going to create a whole generation of nicotine addicts, yada, yada, yada. We have scientists. We actually have a friend who's a filmmaker who produced a movie last year called You Don't Know Nicotine, where he traveled the world talking to experts on nicotine and harm reduction. And he had a scientist on the show from, I want to say Duke University, Dr. Paul Newhouse, who has been studying nicotine and how it affects the brain for something like 40 years. And he said, look, nicotine is not addictive. He says, nicotine, every study that we've ever done, he says, I've injected nicotine into human beings for this entire time. He says, at no point does any of my patients come up to me looking for their next injection.
Well, you know what it is. It really kind of started with the as a tobacco industry. And I remember I was in college. I translated my second degree was in linguistics. We translated a study, and it was interesting to find out that when you burn a cigarette, it creates two chemicals, benzopyrene and cyanide. Now, the benzopyrene is what gives you cancer and disease, but the cyanide, which comes from burning tobacco, is what counteracts it, which was really interesting to find out. What was also interesting to find out was when you looked at nicotine yields and nicotine loads and everything else, and the other stuff that they add in there to make it addicted over the course of time. I mean, there's saltpeter in there. There's the stuff that goes into gunpowder in there. And you have to ask a couple questions about that. But then when you look at like what was going into vape, now I have to say some of the early vape juices were a little janky, and the industry was sorting itself out. But I think we got stuff down to a science by now, and we've got a lot of great products out there. You've got a lot of things that, that are benefiting a lot of people. And I think folks that have any kind of health issues where nicotine benefits them, and those are, forgive me, but they're psychological issues in many cases. In many cases where you were dealing with populations that don't have access to adequate health care, mental health care, support, those varieties of things. There's a huge utility for vaping. And what I'll say is, I don't see, there's that whole conversation about popcorn lung. Why don't you guys unpack that one? Because I think that's the biggest thing that you get legislators behind. And that's mostly happened with cartridges that are off-brand cartridges coming from Eastern European countries and Mexico. That's the only thing that we've read about.
There's never, I'll unpack it for you. So the reason bronchiolitis obliterans is the actual scientific term for the health condition. The only people ever in the United States to ever be diagnosed with that are workers in a factory that produce the buttery powder that they use for popcorn. And it breaks down to one component of that, which is the buttery flavor chemical.
And they have to be dead to be diagnosed.
Well, no, you can actually take the lungs out of the human body and keep them alive on a respirator. but
a morbid science here.
The diacetyl is the chemical. Now, in cigarettes, over the course of centuries, not centuries, but say 100 years that the big tobacco has been around, diacetyl is actually a component of the flavorings that they add to most commercial cigarettes. There's never been one case, not one, of a human being being diagnosed with popcorn lung from smoking, and that level that's in a combustible cigarette is 100 times higher than the worst ever e-liquid that ever existed. Ever. And right now, no flavoring company in the United States actually continues to produce, like all the flavoring companies that produce flavors for mixture and e-liquid, none of them actually produce those flavors anymore. They've reformulated to get rid of that. So it's not there.
So, I mean, here's the thing I have to ask the vaping companies, the vaping sales companies, and the vaping lobbies. Why aren't you guys enough to inform legislators, because in many cases, what happens is they'll look. I'll put it to you this way: what's happened to your industry is what happened to American Muslims after Lifetime put a movie out there. It's like, not without my daughter. You know, it's like a fucking kid was taken to Saudi Arabia, and I was like, this is nonsense.
What?
You know? Oh yeah. You don't understand. For like about 15 years, I've had to deal with shit where I go on a date. I don't even date anymore, because it was like, well, what if he takes the child and goes to Saudi Arabia? Because I'm half Saudi, and I'm like, first of all, I've only been there 3 times in my life, and I'm originally from Pittsburgh. So you know, it's the same type of nonsense that we have to deal with on an ongoing basis because of some advertising before that the vaping industry has to deal with, because everyone's like, what about popcorn lung? And then they give you that look like, you know, like, oh, I think you might be lying.
Well, obviously we've had lobby groups in pretty much every state. We've had federal level lobby groups. We've produced science. We've brought them tons and tons of science to prove that it's a myth, that it's never occurred in smoking and it's never occurred in vaping. But again, the vaping industry, again, I say we, I'm not in the industry. I don't make $1 off the industry. Neither does Kevin. We don't have the money to compete with Michael Bloomberg.
Well, let me put it to you this way. If there's anything you can do to help me get elected, and you have my word on this, if I do get elected, we're going to be having a conversation, because one of the things I want to do is rip up the legislation that has stopped flavored products from being sold in our state.
Yes.
That's number one. Number two, I think what should be done, and this will maybe not happen, but I think that there should be a state subsidy set up to go out to the businesses that were penalized and shut down simply because of these bans inside of the industry. Because if you look at this, there's many small businesses that were, you know, in my neighborhood, and these were mostly run by minority folk. They're all closed. There's one vape shop that's left up here, you know, and the only reason I know that is because I got the endorsement from the New York State Vaping Association, and they were like, well, you should go talk to that store. And I'm like, we're working on getting down there. It's like, we got a 5-week campaign, and it's like trying to get to everyone and trying to get the word out as much as we can. But I stand for changing all that stuff, and I stand for, you know, actually looking at like how the states harm the industry.
Well, see, here's the funny thing, Oz. The Democrats claim to be the party of science, right? You always hear them say, "Oh," especially when it comes to climate science. But you know, you ask them if they're the party of science, and we bring them hundreds of thousands of pages of science.
It's selective science. The Democrats have always been selective science. If the science fits,
you know, and I'm a huge fan of body autonomy. I whatever you want to do with your body, that's your body. I don't care. I'm not going to judge you. I have an opinion on the matter, but I'm not here to make your decisions for you. That's something that you will have to answer for later. And again, that's a Democrat thing. You know, we need to let these people make choices, but then we want to make our own choices, and they take it away from us.
So it's a real weird sort of nanny state that they want to create. You know, on the one side, they say they embrace science. They want to do away with your right to speak about certain things. And the unfortunate thing about this country, and the fortunate thing about this country, is that you can say anything, and you can reasonably get away with it. The challenge that we have is social media sort of changed that, because people will literally throw witch hunts up now, and that I think is a separate issue from free speech and should be dealt with separately. But if you kind of look at the science that's coming from the Democrats on many of these things, they won't look at any science but the science that they have chosen. It's like, this is the good science, that's the bad science.
You said earlier.
What is MSA?
I was going to go there. So the MSA is what's called the Master Settlement Agreement.
Okay, because we know it as Metropolitan Service Area, but
the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement. So this is a legally binding agreement that was negotiated with the attorney generals of 46 states.
So you're talking about the tobacco agreement from a couple of years ago.
Yes. Now here's the thing: is is the state of New York, which has the largest black market for combustible cigarettes in the world, still gets in the order of like $600 million a year off the sale of cigarettes.
Yep.
So, you know, the feeling is, and this is true in almost every state that we look at. It was not just a few years ago. Well, it was in 1997. But literally every time somebody quits smoking, the state gets less money. And that money, although there is language in that agreement that has the spirit of guiding the states to spend that money on public health and tobacco education programs, there's nothing actually in that legal agreement that actually holds them to that. So literally most states in America spend somewhere between 1% and 3%. And there are a few that spend zero of their MSA money on tobacco education or public health programs.
They don't. It looks like they're just using this money to frame a jewel settlement now.
It goes into the general fund is where that money goes.
This is nonsensical. I mean, it's like, why aren't you using that money for public health? And you know, the thing is that it's mostly Democrat establishments that are administering this kind of money. And the question is, where does it go? Because I mean, a bigger question that I have, I was walking the streets with some gang members, just talking to folks, trying to understand what their issues were. And one of the things that we ran into was this whole issue of child payments. And we started talking about like, well, how much are your child payments for like 1 child, 2 child, 3 children? And I'm like, well, then how come you're paying $800 out of a paycheck? They're getting $600. Where's $200 going? And it can't be a single person is having $200 per check in administration fees. Like there's some real nefarious stuff going on at the state level. And I mean, that's one of the things I want. You can't really explain that in a campaign site, but these are things I want to dig into, you know, because it's like from the child care issues to the vaping issues to things that are really public health, where I have, you know, my constituents asking questions about the vaccines. There isn't any insight there from the Democrats.
Yeah. So the one thing you need to look at when you get elected, you start looking at the muck and the mire and the swampiness, is just look at the bonds. So in 1997, when this started, a lot of states took out bonds on future tobacco payments.
Really?
Really?
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
Oh yes. And as their tobacco payments went down, because fewer people, either some people stopped smoking because they just were able to stop, or people started vaping, those funds were not available. So many of them refied. Many of them took out new bonds to pay off the old bonds. There's a lot of nefarious, sneaky, underhanded, you know, nasty stuff going on in the ledger that nobody knows about, or nobody.
The term in finance is subrogated debt. So basically what they did was they took the income or the future earnings and they subrogated into a whole bunch of vehicles. And then they put those out there and they had people buy them. And then that gives them more money. But then the question just becomes like, what did they do with all? I mean, you basically have almost double the money. What did you do with that much money? Where did it go? I mean, I'll tell you one of the things that I'm if I can get elected, that I'm absolutely adamant about is I'm bringing back the what are they called? Forgive me, it's sometimes post-cancer brain. I'm calling them block captains, but basically from the bottom of the district all the way to the top, if I'm able to put someone in roughly in, you know, a 5 by 5 by 5 block zone. So it's like, okay, that's your zone. You got 5 up, 5 down, 5 right, 5 left. And then there's the next, you know, block captain. But if I can put block captains in from the bottom of the district, which is weird because it covers parts of the Upper East Side, parts of the Upper West Side, which are very wealthy areas, right? And then it goes into Harlem, which is El Barrio, East Harlem, West Harlem, Central Harlem. And then it goes into Hamilton Heights, a little bit of Yorkville, a little bit of Cherry Hill, a little bit of Washington Heights, but it's all the way up to 163rd Street. It's a pretty big district.
Yeah.
And like even the assembly district that I'm district leader for, I represent over 400,000 people. You know, I mean, just as a district leader in the lowest level elected position there's 400 some thousand people here. Inside of this entire district, there's over 1 million people. Like the district I would have as a state senator is larger than most cities inside of the United States.
Population wise. Yeah.
Politicians don't know about state finances largely because this is a mystery. This is Tom Morowitz. This is a mystery thing that happens once you start.
It's a ledger. It's just line items in a ledger that get shifted around most of the time.
I mean, and the thing is that they don't actually publish these ledgers to us in many cases. Like you actually have to go and dig for these things. Or what they'll do is they'll make them, quote, publicly available, but someone else has to go and find them as to where inside of what burial of site they're on. It's an amusing thing that happens on the federal level even far more, because what they'll do is they'll go and pepper, options for public comment on sites that no one will see. And they're like, oh, it was out there. And it's like, well, it wasn't really advertised to anyone, because if people knew about that, they would comment. And then also people don't understand about the value of public comment for many of these things. And what will happen is these types of expenditures just get rubber stamped. So if you really want to change it on the state level, my perspective is, if I got 50 block captains the whole way up the island, and they are getting me the core issues on a monthly basis, and I'm able to do a bi-weekly with them on a live stream like this that educates them about what we're doing, what's going on, where those issues coming from. And yeah, I mean, you got a decade total of, is that in millions?
Billions.
Yes. So these are actual money payments by year to each state. This is not our numbers. This is Campaign for Tobacco Free Kids numbers.
Yes, it is. So your state has had this much since 98, just from 98 to 2020.
No,
oops, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong line.
98 to 2007.
Yeah, but is this what's the scale? Is it in millions or?
It's millions.
Okay. So I mean, 6.8 billion with almost we're talking $750 plus $1 billion a year. And they had some sort of large lump sum payment in 2016, which was 1.4 billion.
And you see the 39.8 million, they got 17 billion, but they spent 39 million on prevention.
That's nonsensical. That's absolutely nonsensical. If you really want to spend, so where is that money going is the big question.
Exactly. They're going to golf courses.
I don't know about that. I mean, like we were about 8 billion to 10 billion in the hole, and then Biden bailed us out. He also bailed out the city, and he bailed out the MTA. So there's a lot of questions as to where this spending goes. I'm happy to start laying, shedding some light on it and putting some more transparency on it. But if this is what the impact is just to the smoking community, I mean, good God, do you know how many settlements the states have? At least since 1998 on an ongoing basis that has to amount into the hundreds of billions of dollars.
Over 200.
Yeah. There's money that nobody knows what it's being used for.
It literally has
homelessness.
It has gone for golf courses.
Kevin, how many billion was it? 8 point something billion
for New York?
Yeah.
That was,
you just had it.
It was a lot, but I mean, you were talking about $39 million being spent on prevention. A lot of this could be spent on a lot of other things that are
39 million on education or on harm reduction or whatever the hell health programs, whatever they want to call it.
Education. Yeah.
The vast majority of that is advertisement.
Yeah, but I mean that's barely a serious media buy in New York City. I don't know what, and that's over the course of a decade.
But if they had 6.8 billion since 2000 or 1997, that's a massive chunk of money that could have been used to feed the homeless. Could have been
Can
used to.
Can you PM me that link? I'm going to turn that into an article. This is nonsense.
Sure.
Yeah, Kevin sent it to him. It's and you know, like I said, we didn't generate that. That's Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids.
Yeah.
And they're, I mean, obviously they're bankrolled by Michael Bloomberg, who spent in the last, I want to say 3 years, something like $2 billion across the globe on anti-vaping alone.
Yeah, but then the question is, where did he get that much money to spend on that? You know, is that coming from state subsidies? What is that coming?
No, Michael Bloomberg, the Bloomberg.
Yeah, but Michael's not spending $2 billion of his own money. He's spending someone else's money.
It's from the Bloomberg Philanthropies. It's from his philanthropic organization.
But I'm telling you, just knowing his net worth, and the philanthropy's worth, there's questions now as to where did that money come from.
Well, he's being investigated in the Philippines for essentially bribing the FDA of the Philippines to control or change their policies.
I don't see how this helps things at the end of the day, because you're not solving the intrinsic problem is that there's psychological issues and there's poverty issues. You solve those two things, then yeah, you could probably move people into less smoking. But if you're not going to deal with the stress factors and the fact that cigarettes are an outlet, I mean, I grew up in Pittsburgh and it was rich white and poor white, and I grew up in between both. And you know, you see where the smoking is, and you see the stress that they have to go through, and you see what they have to deal with. And this is endemic across the country. It's endemic in New York, and it's a huge problem, and it's something that we need to solve. But I mean, you're talking about the simple fact that there's enough money coming in from one thing that the Democrats haven't even taken to address in terms of creating decent health policy. And of the 6.8 billion which came in, the question is, what did it get spent on? Because it's not helping people with health policy, period. It's not helping people with health insurance. And it sure as hell isn't helping mental health in our neighborhoods, which the Democrats yell about all the time, but we get zero funding for.
Yeah.
So Andrew's also in New York City.
Where in New York? What borough?
I think he's in Brooklyn. Andrew, he'll tell us. Andrew, you know, he 6.8 billion. Is that the number we're using? 6.8 billion since 2000 or since 1997. They spent 30.
If you feel like coming up to Harlem, I'm happy to have a discussion with you, but I'm not going to be able to do anything outside of my borough until easily November 15th.
But just having background, Andrew's been here since 2009, probably 2010. Having somebody that's been around the industry forever, and he's got industry ties. When it comes to tracking down people that have lost their businesses, he probably can help you out finding those people. I think I'd like to look, God willing, I can get elected. I'd like to sit down with you guys and let's start talking policy, because there has to be, if there's that much money, then the state has to pay for what they did. And that's knocking all these small businesses out, because it is anti-consumer, and honestly, it's anti-business. And you know, we've pushed the anti-business message for the last decade. And that only works with Republicans. When you are trying to have a face-to-face meeting,
you know, if they're not going to play the game, we could have a whole bunch of fun going after flavored alcohol.
They have a good lobby too.
Oh, I know they do, but you know, I think that the game can be played both ways. It's like, if you're going to really play this game, we're happy to go after flavored alcohol, because you know what? That is the actual gateway for kids. And if you really want to protect children in this state, you're going to get rid of all of these flavored liquors, and you're going to take shelves.
Coffees.
Starbucks. You start screwing with Starbucks.
Now the Starbucks coffees that's the sugar thing, and then the question is, do you regulate that the same way you do a soda? And we don't want to turn into Philadelphia. Okay, that's the slippery slope.
80,000 flavors at Starbucks. Over 80,000 flavors, not the sugar. Combinations, yeah, whatever. It's all right.
So I'm trying to find a thread. I had a thread on Twitter where we were talking specifically about flavored products and packaging that they claim is appealing to children. And I provided quite a few samples of different products that are available in a wide variety of flavors and colors, and fruity packaging, and people were just they were nonplussed. They flavored condoms, for example. Who do you think that those products are targeting?
They're not targeting your 50-year-olds, I'll tell you that much.
Are you promoting youth, promiscuous
sexuality? Yeah, it's a weird thing to cover now, because we do live in a different America. But the challenge I think it really kind of comes to is that if you're going to asymmetrically regulate one industry inside of the sin industries, then you need to have the same symmetrical regulation in other industries. That's all it is.
Yeah, I found it.
And
so
if they want to play that game, we can have a whole bunch of fun. Oh God, I worked for that company. I worked with Pernod Ricard a while back, and Pernod Ricard is targeting. I've seen the internal documents. I mean, they're targeting a lot of younger consumers. Let's just say that.
Yeah. So this guy posts, a comment about flavored. What is this packaging? Obviously, I have a problem with this packaging because it's a ripoff of Fanta soda, not because. I mean, this is a trademark violation as far as I'm concerned. But again, that's not specifically. Most kids don't even. I mean, depending on what neighborhood you're in, they probably don't even know what Fanta is. But here, look, there's more calls to the Poison Control Center of kids ingesting scented hand sanitizer per year than there are vaping poisonings or vaping calls.
Correct.
I'm telling you, people are going to be nonplussed. What you're going to need is you need champions. You need folks like me on the state level who get elected. And I'll just ask, I'll ask your listeners this. I mean, if you could share my platform out with all your friends, share it with everybody you know in New York. I'm happy to be your champion in Albany because you're not going to get it. And Durex Tropical, it's kind of a half argument. I mean, I understand where you're coming from on this. But, you need to find, I think you just show them the flavored alcohol.
Alcohol's an adult product. Condoms should be an adult product.
But again, well, you're going to get many arguments about, I'm telling you, you're going to get strange arguments from all sorts of folks. I agree that condoms should be an adult product, but let's table that one. You're talking
gum.
18 plus and 21 plus products.
No,
right?
Nicorette gum is actually not age restricted in any state in the United States. The FDA has approved Nicorette gum.
Because I remember when
anyone over the age of 12,
they asked for my ID a couple of times.
Before
I had the beard. Yeah.
Go into the store. You got Kroger's. Go to the Kroger's or the whatever store you got. Find the nicotine aisle and see how low it is. And see how
it's about toddler eye height.
They don't see. So number one, they don't sell that in grocery stores here. It's all in drugstores, and it's all behind the counter, and it's all locked up.
Oh wow!
Really?
See, it's wide
I've never seen that anywhere in the United States.
All of the vaping products that they do sell are locked up. Right. It's a weird thing in New York now.
Yeah. In the past, Walmart, right in the Walmart. Walk in. It is in the pharmacy aisle. In some places, it's in the checkout aisle, and it's right there at toddler eye level.
Yeah, it is here.
But there is no legislation anywhere in the United States on a federal level or a state level that restricts Nicorette gum to any age group. FDA has approved Nicorette gum for anybody 12 and over.
Yeah.
So what we're saying is we need to get these farmers' kids quitting smoking. We're going to do it with Nicorette gum in multiple flavors, but we're going to limit the utility of vaping, which is a similar format to a cigarette, which was probably a better gateway to phase out smoking. And we're going to make them use Nicorette gum and lozenges. That doesn't make any sense.
Yep. Exactly. And you said earlier, I want to touch on something. You said earlier,
Mhm.
special interest groups. We call them body parts people.
The body parts groups.
The body parts groups. Nonprofit special interest political front groups is what they are. That's exactly what they are. So
It's bizarre.
Hey, Andrew.
politicians will listen to those people before they listen to
Gentlemen, if we
science.
could wrap up, I apologize in about 5 minutes
Yeah.
because I'm looking at the time and I have to be up crazy early tomorrow.
Yeah, I have one more question. This is just a fun question, but the actual vote is in November
Second.
6th? Second. So
It's in about a week and a half.
So we have a week and a half to, spur all the vapors in your district to vote for Oz.
That's all you need to let them know. Send them all you need to do is send them my website. They can see the platform.
Mhm.
And I've stood up for this. I think that and you've seen what I've been quoted on, like just the whole going after flavors is idiotic, because if you're not going to go after flavored alcohol, then what the hell is this? All it's doing is it's restricting access in ways that it's creating. It's created. I've seen there's black markets for a lot of these products now, and it's not a good thing because look, you can still go to a bodega and you can still get a lot of these things.
Yes.
Even though they're regulated illegal, they're still there, and that to me doesn't make a lot of sense. In the sense that you took apart the vaping industry from the small business perspective, and at the same point in time, you're emboldening other industries that are sin industries. Then one other thing. Well, I know Andrew, but I'm talking about like 16 and 18-year-olds that I've talked to in my neighborhood, and I'm like, that seems to not be a tobacco flavored rig that you have there. And they're like, no. And I'm like, where'd you get that? Just out of curiosity. And they're like, it's all, they're all buying at black market, and it's still there. So, it's when you create things like this, you just drive it underground and you make it less safe for people. And I'm bigger for safety. I'm more for opportunity. I'm more for investment. And I'm for, figuring out better ways for people to do this in a safe way and not a dangerous way.
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah, you've got. I mean, if I was in your district and I wasn't in Texas, you would have my vote for sure. Everything that you have on your website intersects with us in one way or another. Whether you're a smoker and you're in an impoverished location, job security, solving food insecurity problems. Fixing the policing. We did a video a while back showing a kid of color getting tased on the boardwalk in Maryland for vaping.
Oh God, that was ridiculous. And the kid was like, what, 11? I mean, he was a big kid, but he was like 11.
I think he was 17, but 17 is bad. 11 would be worse. But
the whole point is, why are you tasing a kid over vaping?
And I'll tell you this for sure.
Because I saw that video. That was absurd.
If Kevin and I were vaping on the boardwalk in Maryland, we would not have gotten tased.
There's a big issue, and I will tell you, in terms of fixing the police, we got to work with the police, but we got to remove all the military training. We got to have better ways that they engage with colored communities, communities of color. Forgive me, and at the same point of time, we need to really kind of update some of their protocols for takedowns. Things that are a little bit more humane. One of the things that I've seen recently, and this was at that friends that are in the military industry, it was a little. It's like a small thing. It looks like a gun, but what's got is 2 bolos on it. And so what you do is you like just fire it out, and the bolos start swinging, and once they catch the legs, the person goes down.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm more in favor of using something like that on a child because do you understand how much trauma is being given to these young black kids by pulling guns on them, pulling tasers on them, young brown kids? That's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit.
Most of the time, well, see, for one thing, that works when somebody is running away from you. But when you've already got your hands on somebody,
Yeah.
there's absolutely
I think what we
no
have to
reason.
do is we
But
have to
that
we have
takedown.
to de-escalate the fear in the police, but I think we should give them other deterrent tools that aren't so, dangerous. I would say to kids. And
Stop making these kids fear the police.
We want
They
the
have to.
relations between police and the kids, and that is the
Yeah.
biggest thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I've got the police athletic leagues, I've got all these other things, and when they defunded the police, they started taking money out of the things I care about, which are the only things that these kids have to go to in these neighborhoods. Okay.
Yeah. Any sort of community engagement from law enforcement, you mess with their budget.
I'd like
the first things they're going to take away are those
I'd like to
community
triple the
engagements.
funding for the community engagement, and then I'd like to sit down with the police and be like, all right, let's, I know plenty of people who run military operations. I'm going to bring them in here and we're going to come up with some new policies, because you know what? You don't need to be using military takedown tactics, but at the same time, we can have adequate respect to the police, but that's going to require, respect for the citizenry. And that's a challenge that we have today.
Yeah. We appreciate
over vaping.
Yep. We appreciate you coming, and I know you said you got to go to bed.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome to come back anytime, any Friday night that you want to come and talk. We're here, and we're we've got a couple New Yorkers. We're gonna push you.
I appreciate that. Please share me out.
We love
my regular
stuff.
Twitter, my regular Twitter, and my regular Facebook and everything is just Oz Sultan. And then all of my campaign stuff's Oz for NY. So feel free to follow me on both. Thank you everyone for listening. Thank you guys for having me on, and keep up the good fight.
Yeah. Good luck on the election. If we don't see you before then, but anything that we see you tweet, we're probably going to start retweeting it.
Awesome. All right. Thank you guys.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Be well.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Amazing, Kevin. And I think he probably got some information that he didn't have before.
Good. Good.
Because I mean, he's right. Everything that he said was on point. Everything he said was on point.
Yep.
So, love having amazing guests come on the show.
Yeah.
And communication from the chat room is always helpful.
Yes. And Ed wants to tase himself once a week, whether he needs it or not. I endorse that.
I would love to participate in that. Do you need help getting the taser, Ed?
I just want a video. I just want a TikTok of it.
We could start a GoFundMe to get Ed a taser.
Could it double as a vape?
It could.
If he hits it on the wrong side, it'll because he's old, he might get confused, It'll be good.
Well, we just want to, we want the do you want one of those stun gun ones, or do you want an actual taser that shoots an actual wire with a probe on it? Which one do you want, Ed?
I was going to say I'm not versed in what's what, but whatever's best for Ed.
Because he's old, so he might not have good hand coordination and stuff. He may not want the one that he has to shoot. The other one you just hold in your hand.
What's this? What's this I hear about cranky old women coming on the show? What's this about? What is that?
during the scope thing, we're gonna have
it scared the hell out of me watching
on the scope show. One of the scope.
What?
Shows. Yes.
What?
Skip and Richard Pruitt and a couple other people. We're gonna come and talk about nicotine and neurodiversity.
It's about fucking time. How's that?
So Tom says I'll swap a taser for 120 milliliters of tobacco for my daughter. What kind of tobacco do you want, my friend?
What kind of taser you got?
Scope.
Mm-hmm.
Scope is the first, I believe, the first week of November.
Is it the 4th?
Let me just go to the CAFRA Twitter. This new keyboard is really loud, Kevin.
8th through 12th.
8th through 12th, yes. So that's Hong Kong time, though.
Yeah. Are you
So
on there?
we-
Are you?
We're going to be 4 nights. We
Jefferson?
were supposed to be 5 nights, but they had a scheduling conflict, so we're only going to be 4 nights.
Are you? You're on their Twitter?
Who? Caffres?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not on your screen. So you see the tweet right below there?
Well, let me share
Well,
it, and
there's
I'll share screen, and then
All right.
it's there. Boom. Cafra.
Okay. Now go down.
This is scrolly. There's a video.
Yep. Next. I'll link their thing in a minute. Go down again. Keep going. Right there. You go.
Which one? The
Mr.
Inco one or the
Mr.
Ethan Nadelman one?
Ethan's.
Okay.
Dr. I think Nadelman. If you guys are not following Kefra, Nancy will beat you and pull your fingernails out of your.
See, I'm following this dude already.
You better be.
I think I introduced you to him, sir.
Probably. There's Kefra.
See, I'm already following. I guess I
Anthony
should
is
hit
on
the
Twitter.
alert button though.
You guys share your Twitters so you know each other. If you don't,
Yes, y'all should be
Share-
friends with each other
share
on the
your
tweets,
Twitters.
on the Twitters.
Louder.
Louder.
So
hey, Kevin, I need to do something real quick. Let's do this. I'm going to play a little video.
oh, I like little videos.
This is an oldie but a goodie, and since Oz was on, I figured I would spend a few moments. The reason that Oz has the ability to run in the district that he's running is because Cuomo is gone.
What? Where did he go?
Cuomo is gone. So
Did he get it? Did he end up with his dog? Did he actually take the?
I don't
damn
know what
dog?
he's in trouble, I'm sure. But here, watch this real quick.
We find that the governor, on many occasions, engaged in sex-based harassing conduct and conversations. The most serious was the governor's unwelcome physical contact with women, including touching intimate body parts.
So what?
One current employee, who we identify as Executive Assistant Number 1, endured repeated physical violations.
I do it with everyone. Black and white, young and old, straight and LGBTQ, powerful people, friends, strangers, people who I meet on the street. So what? And that is what I do every day.
See, that was the perfect length of time for me to run to the refrigerator and get ice so that I could refresh the ice part of my
but so
drink.
what, Patrick? So what?
So what?
Guy
So what?
his
I
finger up
actually
his own
spent
ass.
a little bit of time this weekend, or not weekend, yesterday. I spent a little bit of time and I created a couple of extra new little intro videos. You know, I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos, live streams and stuff from not like pop culture stuff. And some of these guys have like 20 minutes of intro videos.
Yeah.
And then I was like, my video is getting kind of long. It's like 2.5 minutes long now.
We wouldn't have any
So
friends.
then I made shorter ones. I like the shorter ones better.
Nobody likes you as it is, so that way they can like you quicker.
Well, I actually have an intro.
Yeah.
With Dr. Charles Gardner saying, I don't like either of us.
I know.
Or
I
either.
know.
He doesn't like either of us.
I actually felt honored. I love that.
So Tom says that he wants to be on the neurodiversity show.
Good.
Should I let Tom be on the? I think I should.
Why not? I don't see why not.
Tom,
Give me 3.
I will tell you when. Excuse me.
By the way, adults don't like flavors, just so you know.
Well, I don't like York peppermint patties.
I don't like menthol, but I love the fuck out of these.
I never liked chocolate and mint together. Ever. And Five Ponds has like an amazing chocolate and mint that everybody loves.
I can't do the chocolate vape.
A friend of mine had a company years ago that made one and everybody loved that one. It was Bottles Ready to Vape, which was an e-liquid company that took their money and gave it to active and retired military guys. Mm-hmm. And they had one that everybody loved too, and I was just like, I just don't like it. Mm-hmm. I want my chocolate and my mint, but I don't want them together. Nope.
So Skip's coming on. Tom may come on.
Skip's going to come on, and Richard's going to come on, and Kath is going to come back, and now Richard, and I'm sure I can get a couple other people. We only have an hour each night, so that we're going to have to squeeze in everything that we can squeeze in 60 minutes. Yeah. But it should be fun, and it should be enlightening to talk about how those of us that have problems.
Those of us that know we have problems.
Well, there's tons of people that don't, or that do have problems that don't want to admit that they have problems, or they don't want to. Nobody's ever told them, "Hey, you got a problem." So, it'll be fun. The first night we're going to do sort of like a primer. We're going to do the history of harm reduction. We're going to talk about different harm reduction technologies and things that people do. And how they were accepted or not accepted, because I have an article that talks about the introduction of the seat belt and how when people when they introduced seat belts, there was a lot of people were very upset about it.
This was my seat belt.
I had bruises across my chest when I was a kid. Wow.
Grandma liked to drive fast. She was a speed demon.
That's my mama. Wow.
No, Grandma let us sit in the front. Mom made us sit in the back. We would just.
When I was a kid, Kevin, my family, my mom's family is from Pennsylvania. I think we've talked about it multiple times. And we would drive like from Mississippi or Louisiana or Alabama or Tennessee to Pennsylvania, because that's where we lived. Yeah. And there were times that I would be standing up in the back seat. Like when you're a little kid, you can stand up and look over the shoulder of mom or dad while they're driving.
Of course. Standing in the front.
Cops never, I would wave at cops when they drove by. Nothing.
Could be dragged. You could be dragged from the bumper at our age.
I can remember riding as a kid in the back of my dad's truck.
Yes, me too.
Standing up with my arms on the top of the cab, like catching bugs in the fucking face. I can remember that. You can't do that today.
That's right. So harm reduction. Here's a great example. I have a 3-year-old grandson. Do you think I've had 2 drowning deaths previous to my life.
You died twice?
Grandfather and an uncle both drowned. So my parents were like ultra crazy Karen-ish in water. Rightfully so, obviously. Grandfather was in his 50s and uncle was 16. He was a professional swimmer already at 16, or not professional, a high school swimmer. So we always had to have adult supervision. Now, if I took Logan out to a kiddie pool, he'd still be wearing his little floaties, because I might look at a squirrel for a second.
He is only 3, Kevin.
Exactly. So
of course,
harm reduction.
A 3-year-old should have the little arm
no
floaties.
matter what. Exactly. Or seatbelts. Or
Again, when I was a kid, my parents were like, "Get the hell out of the house." We were at this swimming pool all the time without any adult supervision, and I can remember. With my parents there, the townhome community that we lived in had second stories, right? And we would climb over the rail on the second story and dive into the deep end of the pool with our parents there. This is how I turned out the way I did. That's what I'm saying.
Just hit your head one too many times, didn't you?
Yeah. Ed says he should probably use floaties, but depending on what your BMI is, you probably float anyway. Damn.
Just get your dentures and hang on to those.
How mean am I?
I think Cigar Babe would be a great guest too for for the
Is she
thing.
biodiverse?
I don't know.
See, that's the problem. Is that I can't make assumptions about people's mental health, Kevin.
Guest for the show, possible for the Kefir thing.
Well, I already have what the shows are.
Then she'd be a great guest.
Only if she fits into one of the topics that I already have announced, Kevin.
That's what she said. We rode in the back of pickup trucks. Yes.
Yep.
No helmets. That's what's wrong with me.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
I did on a motorcycle though, but not on a bike. Never did.
The only time I've ridden a motorcycle and worn a helmet was if I was like on a dirt bike.
Okay.
On a street bike, I never wore a helmet.
Okay.
Which is probably stupid, but I also never wrecked my motorcycle either.
Right. Not good. If you did.
I have to knock on wood.
Are you going to get another dirt bike?
Don't brag. Well, no, I mean, I had a Harley.
Yeah.
And I never laid that over either.
Mm-hmm.
But I had to knock on wood because if I get another Harley, God will go, You remember when you bragged about this? Bink.
Yeah. Here you go. Hold on to something.
This is what you get for being a braggart.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yep. So, scope. Here, why don't we just show the video real quick?
Okay.
Kevin.
Fine.
Kevin. I'm gonna have to turn the sound on. There we go. Boom.
Good.
All these different buttons just to play a video, man.
I know.
So this is the tweet. It's coming. Scope live stream event. I know that guy. Steve Stoffel. Every event or the live stream event on the 8th through the 12th of November. This is for everyone. So if you would be interested in having some time for a panel discussion or presentation during the live stream, send an email to our friend, Para. I'm not even going to try to say it. It's Nancy. That's all. That's Nancy.
That's Nancy.
Nancy. And
there
then
we go.
Let's do this. Make sure the sound's up. There we go. You think it'll play?
No.
Hello and welcome to Scope. Scope is a consumer live stream event that was developed to inform, educate, and support the public, the media, and all the consumers of safer nicotine products in Asia Pacific and beyond. This is to show who we are, why we advocate for safer options for adults, and to show that we will not be silenced. This is our response to being excluded from the table as the main stakeholders of discussion and decision-making processes that directly impact our health and our right to make informed decisions.
Without interference from bastards.
From bastards?
Bloomberg bastards? Bloomberg bastards. I forget the tag now.
Bloomberg bastards?
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's a.
So the thing about the Oz thing, I was gonna tell Andrew that we should do an Oz vape ban, but we don't have time because the election is just in a week and a half away or whatever.
But he should have a clusterfuck band, is what he said.
He should, if they ever get here.
That's what he said. Now, this came across. I was not completely absent, but I was in and out of my own brain this week. Other things to do. Pirate, our friend, Mark, customer came.
He's in the chat room.
Oh, he is. That's right. This hit me funny in a bad way, but in a good way. Customer came in after a month in the hospital. They told her she couldn't vape anywhere. I'm assuming this is Michigan, but was allowed to smoke only outside. Now, number one, fuck off. Number two, why are you telling me what to do? Fuck off. There's a comma in there somewhere I missed. She stealth vaped in her room like my wife did. Anyway, public health should not be put on trial. Now, that in itself just pisses me off. So, Mr. Forsyth, another friend, I said, that's crazy. Look in the UK, this no smoking, vaping permitted. And then Mark said, way better than the idea of me storming into the hospital. See, he described my anger as I read his first tweet, storming into the hospital administrators to give them a beatdown. I was raging until she told me she stealth vaped anyway. So I had to share that because that hit me funny, but not ha-ha funny. It was just fucking right. Yeah, it would piss me off.
It wasn't
And
funny,
yes,
haha, Kevin?
my wife vaped in the hospital because I said, here, just fucking hide under the covers if you have to. I'll watch for the assholes.
I just transitioned from standing to sitting, Kevin.
Look at you go, girl. You go.
Did you see the magic? Did you see the magic happen?
You know what's funny? When you guys see me do this, it's me adjusting the freaking chair that keeps sinking because I'm really actually taller than I look on TV or whatever it is. Computer.
Well, I mean, when you're there, you're only this tall.
I know. I could stand up a little bit better. I'd like to stand up, actually.
I've been trying to get Mark. Mark says he says I'm still angry. Mark never comes on the show to tell us that.
Mark would like to be on the show, but he'd probably be too angry. And
I
we
wanted
would
to
encourage him.
Anger makes really good shows.
I would encourage that. I encourage behavior like that, Mark.
He's always got an excuse like, I'm at the shop. I'm trying to save people from smoking.
I'm trying not to beep Governor Whitmer.
Well, I don't think he wants to beep Governor Whitmer. That would be really, really scary and gross.
Yeah. Bring her a cupcake. She'll be fine.
Really?
Yeah, I wanted you to see his tweet because I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, he says he will get headphones and come on the show.
Oh.
Is he talking about the future or is he talking about right now? Because I'll send him the link.
Yeah, you got to bring Bernie.
Don't even threaten me with a good time. Just saying.
You have references, don't you?
I will do stuff.
Bringing Bernie. Oh, he said in the future. Bringing Bernie is like having the grandson here. Yeah.
No, Bernie. As much as he says in the future.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What are you doing? Setting off a freaking bomb?
That was my upsetness that he can't come right now.
That sounds like a bomb. I'll be back. I gotta go let the freaking dog out. Come on.
Don't you have like a druggy son and like another son that could let the dog out?
They're not smart enough.
Really? That's not very nice. Saying things like that about his own children. Really? So yeah, this week announcements. There's announcements. People are suing the FDA, which, more power to them. I don't personally believe any of them have a chance in hell, but that I won't be negative. I won't be negative. If that's how they want to spend their money and they think they have a chance, I'm not Supreme Court guy, so my opinion really doesn't matter. I don't know that they have a chance in hell, though.
Somebody woke up.
Uh-oh.
It'll be fine.
So a temporary stay is not winning. It doesn't. Literally, it gives them. Here's the thing: FDA wasn't enforcing anyway.
They're going to appease. Momentary.
So Anthony says, well, they're winning sort of right now, and that some got stays to be allowed to continue to sell product. They were all still selling product anyway. Nobody pulled their shit off the market. They were already all still selling. So everybody was still selling. So really.
And I hope they continue to do so despite any laws put into effect.
So we already know what the order enforcement is, Kevin. It's they come in, they bust you, they give you a warning letter. You have 2 weeks, 2 weeks to remedy, to say what you're going to do to correct your behavior. No store has been charged for selling MDO to e-liquid.
Not that I know of.
Not a single. I mean, somebody might have got a warning letter. I haven't even seen a single warning letter. Some manufacturers got visits, and there was some skullduggery going on with the visits. Like I read somewhere that somebody got inspected on a fucking Sunday, and the inspector told them to manufacture something that they no longer manufactured anyway. And then they tried to make them sign a paper without their attorney present.
Are we in the same circles? Because wow, I saw that. Well, I thought I was like, you're in the loop, and I'm like in Cleveland. I did see that one.
Yeah. So Mark says there's talk that they will be looking at what's in vape shops on the shelves to go after the manufacturers.
I wouldn't sign shit. I wouldn't.
Again, I don't know how that would work, because if the manufacturer has sent an email saying, "Hey, we got an MDO," it's no longer their responsibility to pull the product. So I don't know how that would work. No one has been fined. No one has been fined or charged. When it comes to hardware, the manufacturers in China, and China's going to laugh at them. They're behind so many shell companies and stuff. It's not even funny. No e-liquid company has received a warning letter, let alone any sort of charges. Other than their MDOs, nobody's been enforced. I have not seen a single e-liquid company send out an email saying, "I'm sorry, but we're pulling all of our product out of the US market." It's not happened. So a stay is worthless because they were already still selling their fucking shit.
I don't.
Yeah. So and Anthony says that he heard that they went in before the manufacturers even had a chance to send out MDOs to the shops. That's not. I mean, if you got MDO'd on 2 weeks ago and you haven't sent the email out, and they come into your manufacturing facility today, you had time to send out an email. Some people were on the MDO list and hadn't actually ever gotten any contact from the FDA to say you got an MDO. So there is that.
Right.
So still sell like I said, still sell. I mean, what are they going to fucking do? They're going to send you a warning letter. You have 2 weeks to respond.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. We'll stop selling it. And that gives you time to get rid of what you have on the shelves.
I suggest the FDA goes after the consumers. That's what I think. I think they should knock on the consumer's door and see what kind of reaction they get, just for fun.
When they come to my house, they're going to find.
I think they should go to Ed.
A lot of fucking bullets.
My suggestion. Ed, give me your address.
Never, ever, ever, ever suggest that.
What, to go to Ed's?
Well, Ed's got wine. I like wine. Come to my house, so they're going to find thousands of dollars worth of nicotine that they're going to try to fucking tax.
All I'm going to do is point to my wife and say, it's all her stuff. Tell her. Watch her go all crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've hit a couple manufacturers. They've done some little twisted things I've read. Again, I've just read it in a Facebook post, so I have no proof, but they said that one of the inspectors came into their facility and asked them, and pretty much told them, if you want to go home, you'll make this bottle of e-liquid for me.
If you want to, this is a friendly show. Never mind.
That sounds kind of threatening to me. That was kind of the text that was in the post that I read. And then, you need to sign this document. Fuck that. I'm not signing shit until my attorney gets here. And by the way, I already called them.
You're not leaving until my attorney gets here.
Yeah, fuck you. I'll stay in my. This is my
How's
factory.
that?
I'll stay here all day. Yeah.
How's that? So it's like kind of really to me walking into the hospital saying, well, you can't give that child that breathing treatment because we no longer allow that. Yeah. Same idea. Put your nick in.
No, my nick is in the freezer. My nick is in the freezer. My wine is in the wine refrigerator. I'm high class, Tom.
Good night, Mr. Altic. So I think
Victor,
they should come.
Always. Did you see what Victor said? Good night, everyone. Great show.
Yeah.
I haven't even seen Victor in the chat room until just now.
He's been in there.
Okay.
I think they should come to your house and my house either way. So everybody that's going to shop, just send them to me. Huh?
Hey, dude, I am not afraid of the FDA coming to my house. They can. Come
I
to my
want them
house.
to come to my house. Yes, I'm manufacturing my own fucking liquid. Come in here.
I mean, seriously, come ahead. I've got like 50 bottles of shit sitting over here. Some of this has been aging for a year. It should be steeped perfectly.
Gaffer tape in an old chair. Offer them a Tic Tac before you begin, though, Paul, just to be polite.
Not even the FDA would be impressed with this Tic Tac.
Amanda's late. We forgive you automatically.
Yes, but she missed Oz.
I know.
So everybody that I don't know, I mean, literally, I know people in New York City, but I don't know anybody that lives in that district.
Couldn't tell you. My brother's in Syracuse. That's all I know about.
Hey, I know voter fraud happens, so Andrew could actually go to that district and vote.
There you go. That's all you need.
I have a lot of friends in the Rochester area and up by the lakes.
See, the first part of that is I have friends, and I don't know if that's true, but we'll pretend it's true.
I have a So Andrew says that he actually grew up in Al's district, or Andrew grew up in Oz's district.
Yep.
But he's not there now. But you can go vote there anyway.
You can vote there anyway.
Go do some voter fraud. Go ahead.
We are encouraging it.
Yes. Let's make Trump right.
Let's make Trump. Oh my God. This went downhill a lot quicker than I thought it would.
I know, right? I did see somewhere. So I don't know if anybody is aware of this. There's a sort of an internet sort of joke that's going around that I don't watch NASCAR because it's just guys driving around in a circle like this. Yeah. And I know that James Jarvis does, but this guy Brandon somebody won a race like 2 weeks ago.
I did this last week and you didn't like it. Let's go back.
Well, I saw a post on either Facebook or a news article somewhere. I saw something basically saying that Facebook had decided to block that particular content.
Oh God! Oh, that's going to happen.
So let's go.
Let's go, Patrick. You said it wasn't even funny.
I don't remember. I think it's funny as hell that some morons out there. Well, a particular newscaster moron out there thought that "fuck Joe Biden" sounded like "let's go, Brandon."
Let's go, Patrick. Let's go. It's funnier now than it was then, but it's still funny.
So Tom Horowitz, he doesn't get it. So here's the thing: there was a guy that won a race, and there were people in a crowd behind them, and they were chanting "fuck Joe Biden, fuck Joe Biden, fuck Joe Biden." Clearly, they were yes. There was no confusion. There was nothing. The funny part is that the newscaster is interviewing the winner of the race, whose name is Brandon something, and she says, "Oh, Brandon, see, the crowd is even cheering for you. See, don't you hear them say, 'Let's go, Brandon'?" And in the background, there's a moment of silence between her statement and Brandon's response, and you hear clear as a bell, "Fuck Joe Biden." And it's not just one person, it's an entire crowd of people. So that's the humorous part, is that the fact that the newscaster was trying to defuse the situation by claiming that they weren't saying what they were actually saying.
Fake news.
This is the state of media in the United States.
Right in front of them, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yes, Kevin, I bought a tank of gas yesterday.
You did, yeah.
And it was $30.
Right.
I bought a tank of gas today at the same gas station. How much was it?
$42.
No, it was not that much more. It was $35. So it was $5 more.
Yeah.
In one day.
Yep. And how is explain me something? How does gas rise and fall? What is the cause of it?
Well, I mean, obviously, I live literally like 4 or 5, anywhere between, because I'm South Texas. All the refineries are here.
You could get it wholesale. You probably could if you wanted to.
And it amazes me. I mean, obviously, supply and demand, you would think, has something to do with it, but OPEC,
yeah, okay,
has a lot of control. Those are the oil producing nations.
Yeah,
sort of a club.
Yeah,
and yeah, they're the ones that control how much a gallon or a barrel of crude costs, and then it gets processed and turned into gas.
And then
I'm literally anywhere between 4 and 20 miles away from like 50 different refineries.
Right.
And my gas is the same price here for middle grade. $3.39 a gallon for middle grade is what I paid today. Yesterday, it was $3 a gallon.
Yeah, I think mine was last week was like $3.10. I get the $1 off at Kroger's
and I always put middle grade in my brand new car. So
yeah, so it's not really the president specifically, or
no. I don't necessarily. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Kevin.
There's politics in it.
OPEC is not afraid of Joe Biden.
No, good Lord, no. They weren't afraid of anybody yet that I can tell in any facet since I've been.
I mean, during the Trump presidency, there was a little bit of a, we don't want to piss this guy off because we don't know what he'll do to us. But Biden, they're not afraid of him.
No. Mark's the smartest guy in the room for this, as I can tell, because he studied petroleum economics specifically. The price of gas is the result of a large number of very volatile factors globally.
Well, gasoline is very volatile. You light it on fire.
Well, Ed's still trying to light it up. Politics, investors, OPEC, etc. Supply and demand, it fluctuates. It always has. Look at the gallon of gas. Look at a gallon of milk. It's always moving. It's always moving.
We can't even get 95 octane here.
You can't?
No. Most of the gas stations here are 89, 92, and 93.
Yeah, 93. You're right. I don't know if I've ever seen 95.
I've seen 94 in New Jersey on the Turnpike. That's about the only place that I can remember ever seeing 94, but I've never seen 95.
Yes, Mark. I had this what do you call that? The Facebook attorney argument one time. And that's where I started, was, first of all, it's a commodity first and foremost, no matter what. And then you have the politics and the stupidity and the refinery fires here and there that, they don't have insurance evidently for. So they just, bump up the price when something catches fire, because Ed's out there with a lighter and going, he. So, yeah.
Ed. I think we need to get Ed some professional help.
Damn Ed. I just adore him. I don't even know if he's still here. So, yeah. Gas. Stop. It's the least of your worries.
Well, they sell gas in Canada by the liter. Get off the metric system.
They tried that with me in 7th grade.
So, measurements are weird, Kevin, because in the States, we use inches, we use gallons, there's a word for that. I can't remember what it's not metric. There's an actual word for that. I was talking to a guy from Australia, and they measure height in inches and distance in miles, but liquids they measure by liter.
Okay.
So they don't have one particular thing.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah. If they weigh themselves, are they using pound? The imperial system. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Yes, we use the imperial system.
Hi, Chris. I didn't know he was here.
I'm looking here because I have I bought a new tablet, and I have the tablet here, and I'm looking at the chat room and the live broadcast. There's about 8 seconds of latency between real time and the Facebook stream. Yeah. So that's why there was a distance between the time I asked that question and Chris answered it.
Yep.
But it also tells me like Chris is an anniversary follower, so that means that he must have been a follower for long enough to have achieved an anniversary on our channel. It tells me who is in the chat room is not a follower, though.
Oh, Seguidor de Anniversario. Why is it in Spanish?
I don't. Weird. Oh, but
Mark is too.
Yes. So, Cigar Babe is an anniversary follower. Owl is an anniversary follower, but Tom Morowitz,
Babe, by the way,
Tom Morowitz apparently is not a follower. Amanda Gallagher is not a follower.
I got to see if I am.
Paul Blumeier, not a follower.
Oh, yes, I am. 4 years.
Victor is an anniversary follower as well. So, some of these people have been following us, and it hurts my feelings that they don't have a little thing over their names.
How come mine is 4 years? Wow.
Because you've been on the show for 4 years.
No, I have not. Have I?
You
really?
haven't?
I deserve a raise.
I will give you more of nothing.
Can you double what I make now?
Yes.
I'm walking if you don't.
Double of nothing is nothing.
Fine.
You don't have a little thing over your head, over your name, Paul. So Mark Sliss is an anniversary follower.
I got that.
So I'm despondent that so many of you do not follow us, and so many of you don't even follow us on YouTube.
Let's see, I follow us on YouTube.
Or
follow you on YouTube.
Mine does not have you as a anniversary follower.
Who, me?
Tom.
Oh, Tom.
Tom says my screen says I'm an anniversary follower. It doesn't say that on my screen.
For the new ones in the crowd, this is actually Patrick's. I had to borrow it from him. So.
That is a dunce hat. That is a dunce hat. Hey, look, Char Owen just came in. Hello, Char Owen.
I borrowed this from Glance.
Well, he is definitely a dunce.
There you go.
Thank you, Matt. Matt says that he's new to the show and work you guys are doing. I'm assuming that means that he's new to our work. And I already said hi, Char Owens. And she sent us a smiley face. She sent us a smiley face. Char, we had an amazing guest earlier and you missed it. But the replay will live on forever. He's a guy running for state senate in New York City, in Harlem. And he's a Republican. He's already got the endorsement of the New York State Vapor Association. So people know who he is. But yeah, he was awesome. He said awesome things.
Yeah, he did.
And he learned about the Master Settlement Agreement and other things that he didn't even know about. And he's a vapor, a cancer survivor.
He did.
Awesome.
You chat amongst yourselves for a second. I'm trying to find something here real quick.
You get the magnifying glass, you'll find it, Kevin.
Okay. Well, let's see here. I got to find the page.
See, Richard Bruin even says, "Following you?" ? He's with Charles on this. And Charles doesn't even like us.
He doesn't
Charles
even
doesn't-
like us.
doesn't
I
even like
love
us.
that. I love that.
Yeah.
So 22. Shit, this might be last year's. Okay, so 2020 and 2021. Let me find the other one. I have Mr. Paul in two different places.
Char, you can make a donation to us anytime you want. Just saying. And you know where we are. Oh, and Mallory says, don't forget the tweezers, Kevin.
Yeah. I didn't know I was going to have company. There it is. Nope. 2020. Why is it 2020?
What are you looking for, Kevin?
Senator Paul's page here.
Well,
I know what
he's in New
page
York
you're looking
City. He's not going to, I mean, if he makes vaping legal, if he gets flavors for New York,
No.
you'd have to move to New York, Char.
Oh yeah. 2020 Festivus.
Well, you'd have to go to Albany because he's running for state senate for the district of New York City, the 30th district. New York City. And this, I mean, I was amazed at this guy, though. He's a cancer survivor.
Yep.
He's a person of color. He's a Republican and a Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
And he's pro-vaping. And he vapes or vaped to quit smoking.
Mm-hmm.
That just shows his name is Sultan, Cigar Babe. So he's running for 30th district, which is the center part of the northern part of the Manhattan Island. So it's just the tip of the island of Manhattan, and that's Harlem. And he said that he represents almost 500,000 people as a community leader. And he wasn't joking when he said that his district alone is bigger than a lot of American cities.
Okay, I think I'm confused, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Cigar Babe, he said that he had ran before, and what happened was when Cuomo had to step down, the lieutenant governor had to step up, and then he named the guy that ran against Oz in the last election as the new lieutenant governor, so that vacated that seat. So they're having a special election in like 10, 12 days or something to refill that position. Well, he explained that during the show, CB, that he's the only option that they have because Cuomo changed the balloting rules was either Republican or Democrat. There was no independent at the time. And to get on the independent, to get a third party listed, you had to go get so many signatures. Yes, we know his Twitter, Kevin.
What?
We put it in the chat room.
Yeah, we did.
Oz for New York. OZ for New York.
Mm-hmm. Is that big enough?
Rub it again.
Rub it again.
Rub it again.
It's going to fuck up
Rub it.
my ability to read it. So Senator Rand Paul put these out. 2020 Festivus report. I'll link it in a minute. There's actually two in here. This one was noted more than anything because of what it is. NIH, National Institutes of Health, spent $896,000, $897, giving cigarettes to adolescent children. So,
oh yeah.
So, because we're worried about them vaping, folks. So they say the road is to hell is paved with good intentions, blah, blah, blah. They gave cigarettes to adolescent children to test their reactions of various levels of nicotine in the cigarettes. You hear my little hand slamming my mouse down. They gave cigarettes to children to test reactions for various levels of nicotine in the cigarettes, which is the gazillion dollars they've already spent on lower nicotine cigarettes. Now, they're worried about your kids vaping, so I'm very concerned. So
I actually did tweet a reply to this, Kevin.
I did see that, which I was going to make you find while I'm doing this.
I already have it.
Brown University, your tax dollars, kids smoking. That's the point. I don't want to waste a shitload of time on it. But within that, and I didn't tweet it since, was that because this is my pal Glance, researchers used funds from the NIH totaling $31.5 million on a study they allegedly faked to make it look like there was a connection between e-cigarettes and heart attacks. Do you hear the anger in my clenching of my teeth? Are you fucking kidding me? $31 million to what? To fake what? So I don't know. I didn't read it all because
it's a Glansian study.
It is. And this is the 2019 thing. So this has to be, it's the JAHA. Yeah. Imagine that. To produce it, researchers at University of California, San Francisco. Who's that again that's over there? Besides,
he's not there anymore, but
besides Alice, he was there then.
It was the boob dancer.
And then just a month after it was published, look who caught the flaws, Dr. Rodu. Now, I met Dr. Rodu, and he's a sweet, sweet man. So, and very intelligent. So when you've got your name in a senator's report for the year, the 2020 Festivus report that shows this, and you're a politician, I've seen him on a few other things, and I'm kind of on the fence with him sometimes, but that's okay because he's a politician and I'm a
Rand
consumer.
Paul?
Yeah.
He's a little crazy.
I'm on the fence with him. It's on occasion.
He's a Randian.
What did you just say? But that's okay. That's my thing. That's just Kevin. That's Kevin's opinion. Overall, I like what he's done here because
he's done some decent things. I'm not gonna lie, but he is also an Ayn Randian, and that's a little bit problematic at times.
Yeah, but I don't like you. I don't know if I like him or not. I haven't decided. So the sentence I really liked was this. And if you're in public health and you're trolling our stupid, kumquat little asses here in Twitter world or on the interwebs, the UCSF team accessed a public repository of information to populate their study. So he simply, this wasn't a difficult thing to do. He simply went back and looked at the original data. Now, can you imagine if you looked at the original data and figured it out quickly that this is a bullshit story and you got $31 million for it to change it? Or $32 million or whatever the frick it was? Are you nuts?
Even here's the thing though about that particular study was when the peer reviewers actually questioned it with the publisher. They're like, look, dude, there's some problems here.
Right.
And they reached out to Glance.
Yes.
And Glance was like, nah.
Well, that's
okay.
what he
Go ahead
says.
and publish it.
If I were a professional researcher accused of misconduct and all I had to do to clear my name was to access the data set I had already accessed to prove my work, I would do anything I needed to do so I could refute the claims against my work. But maybe that's just me, he said. So this is page 23. The first one that I showed was page 20 up here in this top little section of a PDF. So I will. They're both the same one, which I was thinking, why isn't it 2021? But anyway, I'll unshare. And do you have your tweet?
I do. I have Rand Paul's original tweet
because I was pretty proud of you, and I don't like you. So for me to say,
and I retweeted it twice because I had two different messages to share about this particular thing. But this is Rand's tweet, and he's like, hashtag Waste Report Wednesday.
Yeah.
Garbage can, fire, and money. Throw your money in the garbage can, light it on fire. A team of researchers from Brown, and this is the same thing. Brown University used nearly $900,000 from the NIH to give cigarettes to adolescents to test their reactions to various levels of nicotine. And then there's this wonderful little graphic.
Yeah.
Say no to cigarettes, kids, unless they're from Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
And there's, Juke has replied, Charles replied, you replied, Richard replied. Lots of people replied. Lots of people we know and love replied. But I actually just overtweeted. I said, are they testing nicotine or cigarettes?
Right.
Give me $900,000 and I'll write a paper about how cigarettes were killing me.
I'll do it for half.
Why can't they study nicotine and all its benefits without the deadly smoking parts? Now, I know that Mallory replied back she answered my question. She said, well, there's tons of science. Here's some links for some science. And I was like, it was a rhetorical question there, but
That's all right.
Here's the other one. Here's the other one. This is a quote from a kid in the future. It says, I had to start vaping to get rid of the smoking problem I had from when they gave me cigarettes as a kid.
What's better to do than that?
To participate in a Brown University NIH study.
Who are they going to sue?
I mean,
were you
part of the study? Vaping. So this is kind of a silly quote because it can't never happen because cigarettes will still be everywhere, and vaping will be gone.
And we've
destroyed it.
We've discussed this before. Both the UK and the United States decided to test Chantix on children, 12 or 13 to 17, if I remember right. I don't know offhand. And it's Chantix, and they didn't have the desired outcome. What in the fuck is wrong with you people? Why are you testing children to begin with? Stop it.
Well,
stop.
Because Kevin, they got to know. They got to know what if adults commit suicide by taking Chantix, we got to see what the teen suicide rate in Chantix users are.
It makes my fucking eyes bleed when I read this shit. It really does. I do not understand how they walk upright without dragging their little knuckles. I don't understand this.
Oh no. They walk quite proudly with their nose in the air, Kevin.
Arrogant twits. Fucking Chantix. What is wrong with you fucking people?
I mean,
come on the show. You can come on anytime.
Char says this shit kills adults. What are kids? Are lab mice now? Yes.
Right. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Absolutely. They approved. They approved. I will turn my head and speak directly into the microphone so that you can hear the depth of my anger and voice. They approved Chantix for children. Approved it, which means that they tested it on kids.
I will link
and
it.
We already know.
I will link it.
It deserves a black box warning.
I will link that in the chat, and it's from 2017. 2017. 12 and adolescents between 12 and 16 in the United States, 12 and 17 in Europe is what the age groups were. Now, my wife, with her issues, was told after we figured it out, well, we have some test drugs. We can, and she immediately said, yeah, I don't think so. I've had enough already. I'm not doing any testing, whatever. Now, that doesn't mean in 5 years from now, or 10 years, hopefully, or 20 years, hopefully, that when she doesn't know what she's doing and there's something that they want to try, maybe I will, maybe I won't. I probably won't. But her decision, sound, mind, and body momentarily, in my opinion, is no. Why would you let your fucking 12-year-old take Chantix?
Because you're stupid.
There has to be some kind of weird, you're not liable signature to I don't even understand that.
It's the cognitive dissonance, Kevin.
I don't understand.
So I found this, and I don't know whether I think. Actually, this is just kind of depressing. Well, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. This is a video I found on Twitter. It is a young lady from somewhere in the EU.
Yeah.
And her name is Maria Chapalia. I'm going to start following her. I retweeted her already. She's from King's College, London. And she says there are more than 140 million smokers in the EU, and they struggle to quit. And yet the EU chooses to ignore an abundance of studies at studies at hand demonstrating harm reduction properties of vaping. Vaping is safe. And then she's tagging Consumer Choice Center and the Vapers Alliance, World Vapers Alliance.
She said vaping is safe. Just a record.
Yes, vaping is safe.
Safe.
I was like, so let's spend a second. I think I shared audio on this one. So let's just spend 51 seconds with this video.
The European Union is coming after vape. Europe Beating Cancer Plan presented by the European Commission aims to ban vape flavors and extend taxation to novel tobacco products, such as vaping. As of now, there is more than 140 million smokers in the European Union, and they struggle to quit. By depriving them of the opportunity to switch to a safer alternative, such as vaping, the European Commission is going to bring about another public health crisis. Vaping has been found to be 95% less harmful than smoking. Furthermore, using vape flavors is crucial to helping smokers quit. The European Union should take these facts into consideration before putting forward the agenda that will harm smokers in the European Union. What do you think about Europe Beating Cancer Plan? What are your thoughts on vaping? Please share them with us in the comments. The European Union is coming after vape. Europe Beating Cancer.
You know, I asked people 2 weeks ago, hey, let's get some videos about what vaping means to you.
Yep. You should have her on the show.
Crickets. Mm-hmm. But this has 23 retweets, 3 quoted tweets, and 53 likes, guys.
24 and 25. Yeah, ask her to come on the show.
Well,
Consumer
I
Choice.
gotta find her for where she's in the UK, so it's like 3 o'clock in the morning for her.
I know.
You know, Richard is a glutton for punishment. Richard comes from the UK into the show, but you know that we can't ask lots of people. But we're getting all these great stuff. We got that article that we talked about 2 weeks ago from the young lady from England. Mm-hmm. That was just crazy awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy awesome. We get this video from another young lady that goes to King's College in London. Awesome. You know, it's disturbing to me that I can't even get like a few like 60 to 90 second videos from people on Facebook or YouTube. I got one.
Eddie.
No, I got 2. I forgot about. I got a guy from Australia, but that's it.
Char. Yeah, well,
he is a dirty old man, Char.
I do like the accent. I wasn't thinking of that, but I do.
She's got like an Eastern European accent going on there. I don't, you know.
You just think she's cute. I think Ed's cute.
She's young enough to be his granddaughter.
Oh, probably. Oh, good Lord, yeah. Oh, so Paul said it's still on the market in Australia. Hasn't
what?
Well, I'm sure it's Channix or whatever they call it over there. It hasn't. Hasn't Chimpman fixed that yet? I thought he was all for the consumer.
Well, it's still on the market here as well.
Yeah, it's voluntary. It's a voluntary pull. This isn't a FDA yank it off the shelf kind of thing.
Oh.
If that's what you're talking to.
I thought you were just talking about it should be pulled from the market because it's deadly and shit. But yeah.
No, it's voluntary.
But now it has tobacco-specific nitrosamines in it. And I guarantee you, Kevin, if I produced an e-liquid and did a PMTA and it had tobacco-specific nitrosamines in it,
It'd go right
I
through.
would get an MDO specifically because it has tobacco-specific nitrosamines.
No.
Just saying.
Don't forget. Now, Richard's given a Twitter link now. I don't know if I follow them, so I have to stop and look.
The All-Party Parliamentary Group on Vaping.
I am following.
Parliament, is that a Twitter group? Kevin, we need to learn about this Twitter Spaces thing that I.
What is this Twitter?
Somebody,
Twitteritis.
I saw some people. Did another Safada. Safada did a Twitter Spaces thing the other day where people can actually, I guess, participate as like verbally, like, you know, kind of like we did the call-in show last week where people could pop into the live stream.
Yep, which was fun, by the way.
It worked out way better than I had imagined. I'll tell you that.
Not only innovative, but fun. Innovative and fun.
Yes, it was surprisingly orderly.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was amazing. Like, we had some amazing people that are normally in the chat room that have never been on the show. Some of them have been on the show. Will Webb came on. Obviously, H from Thailand came on. Jeffrey Zamora came on.
H was like, we know. We know. That's it was awesome. So,
I mean,
you're a line fucking we know.
Kevin, I mean, think about how many continents we had represented last week.
I think we got them all.
We had New Zealand,
which
is not really a continent, I guess, but we had New Zealand.
There's still people.
We had Thailand.
That's crazy.
America. We had the UK. We had Costa Rica.
Yep.
I don't care. You know, here, I'm going to say this.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to say this, Kevin.
Oh, good Lord.
We have the best programming of all of the vaping people. We have the best programming.
And I don't even like you, and I agree.
Nobody competes with our guests.
We have the best audience.
And we have the best audience.
They'll tell us when we're wrong. I like that.
Well, I'm never wrong, though.
Well, see. All I know. I was told I was over the top, Richard, a long time ago when I tagged the Who about having coffee. So I'm a little gun shy.
Who was that said that? That was
88 Vapors, all I can think. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no fucking idea. And then he refollowed me eventually. But who cares? Fuck you. I was over the top. I didn't know anybody when I said that. I just realized that Who was a big part of it. I very early on I went, oh, you motherfuckers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Tedros, I'm speaking directly to you. And I'm
Here's the thing about Dr. Tedros, Kevin.
He's a puppet.
Well, but I mean, he's a little fish. He's from a very small African country.
Yeah.
Very poor, small African country.
Yeah. You know more than I do.
He was given the opportunity to be a bureaucrat in the WHO, and over a period of time crawled his way to the top by accepting bribes and doing the bidding of billionaire philanthropists, and now is in everything. So here's the thing, Kev. If you're a politician, even if you're an American politician, you do things that you think will help the people where you live.
Well, of course. Don't shit where you eat. You might want to eat.
So, if a billionaire philanthropist says, look, you're from a very poor African country, I'm going to give you billions of dollars over a span of time
Gazillions.
to improve your country. And all you have to do is front on my, never mind, is do my bidding.
You got pretty mild. I know where you were going.
I almost went somewhere.
So I found. Well, I didn't find it. It came across my eye. Lindsay with an E. Sometimes she's in here. Sometimes she's not. Busy lady. Busy girl. Not that I'm surprised. I mean, in 2019, you got Bloomberg-backed Vital Strategies telling the IRS. Vital Strategies, remember Tom, whatever the fuck his name is from the CDC, Tom Frieden. Also arrested in New York for sexual harassment. I don't know how that ended. But anyway, Vital Strategies was something I called with Ann like 6 years ago. I said, what is this Vital Strategies thing? I bet you he's going to become, and I'll be damned if he didn't, telling the IRS that they're building an anti-e-cigarette sentiment. Now, can you read the yellow in there?
I can't even possibly read that yellow.
Okay. Dude. I don't know how much larger this can go.
If you click on the picture, it will enlarge a little bit just by clicking on it.
Hopefully that's better. Now,
slightly.
This is like run-on sentence to me in my old age, but we also ran 41 social media campaigns across 7 countries who listened to other countries that fought for those policies. By partners are concentrated on supported enforcement, cessation, build anti-e-cigarette sentiment, and drew our supporters to offline events. Our energized base of social media supporters grew from 890 last year to 1.9 million today. Those are the people like PAVE and all the other body parts groups that say, hey, follow these people. So that's Bloomberg telling the IRS, there you go. We're re-imaging, build back better. That's what we're doing.
Yes, that is the globalist agenda, Kevin. Build back better, or truth, justice, and a better tomorrow.
That hurts my feelings because these comics are all American, right? I'm not a comic guy. I read them on occasion when I was.
What do you mean? These comics are all American? Yes, Marvel Comics and DC Comics are all American characters.
Right.
Superman was created by 2 Jewish Americans from New York City.
Right.
The character of Superman, Clark Kent / Kal-El from Krypton is what's the word? The last surviving member of his race who was sent to Earth for safety, raised by Middle American parents, taught Middle American values. And
50s. Think of the 50s.
In the 50s,
when Ed was like
true
40.
justice in the American way. Obviously,
this is
those
post-war
values, those Midwestern American values, was imbued into this person. And
Leave it to Beaver. Post-war.
Truth, justice in the American way is not an American-only sentiment. We are supposed to be the ideal. And to remove that,
the American dream,
is an insult.
It is,
as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, you see this. The CEO is Jose Luis Castro, and he is a long time. This is the first, right there, like literally in the first sentence. My longtime friend and colleague, Dr. Tom Frieden, and I discussed an idea for a new global health initiative. Now, I mean, if I scroll down here, I don't know that it will say anywhere in here that they got their nest egg money.
Right. No, they won't.
From Bloomberg, or that they're. Well, yeah, but I mean, Vital Strategies is a Bloomberg front.
Yeah,
they get all of their funding from Bloomberg. All of the contracts that Vital Strategies gets to work with third world countries are paid for by Bloomberg Philanthropies.
Yep. Originally, I thought that was going to be a WHO led or funded, but I didn't look.
No, I mean, obviously, no. I mean, they work in partnership with WHO.
Yeah.
They are still a political front for Bloomberg
Yeah,
Philanthropies.
absolutely.
Anybody that is, I'm sure their paychecks all say Bloomberg on them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a good question on Twitter. Show me your paycheck. Show me who pays your bills. That's
You don't have to show me the amount. Just show me the
head.
bank account.
I just need.
I don't even need the bank account number. Just show me what it says on the from.
Anybody in a professional, capacity.
I saw a Twitter exchange the other day. Somebody was being a little bit snarky and a little bit upset about suggestions that they were on the take or whatever, and who pays their bills.
Was it Bullwinkle?
And they said, well, I'll tell you who pays me. And all the vaping advocates guys are like, I don't make any money from vaping.
I just don't know anybody that does.
I mean, I know people Char in the chat room and Andrew in the chat room, they make money from the vaping industry. Troop.
No, I mean consumers. I don't know any consumer that does.
No consumer advocate that I know of. I mean, the only one that I know of for a fact that gets paid, well, there's two now, is Alex Clark and Danielle. Both of them get a paycheck for being consumer advocates, but
that's a technicality.
It is a 24/7. It is a full-time job, so obviously they need to get paid.
Right.
I got no problem with that.
I don't know.
I mean, I got a job.
All I know is if you want to detract.
If somebody wants to give me a couple dollars, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to say no, but
Right. Well, Lindsay and I, a while back, she said something on Twitter. I don't remember exactly what about the. I'm backtracking on the how it started and who started
that
it.
sometimes.
I know the hate for vaping, and I think it was probably Bloomberg to begin with Califf, who's going to come back into the FDA because they love him. Hamburg, because she started that, along with that, and Frieden, all in the same spot. So when Frieden's licking the front end of your pal Bloomberg to begin with from New York, they're buddies. Hamburg's in the middle, fucking around with her husband in stocks, and then you got who doing what they do. So all the puppeteers are in place. So sorry, I had to backtrack that thought before it went out of my head.
Well, it is full of air.
We can blame Gottlieb all we want. We can blame anybody and point fingers all we want to, but that's, I think, the beginning of it, the egg, if you will. So,
man, there's there was a couple conversations today. I was driving the car, and I was playing music from my phone, but I guess I got to the end of the music that was on my phone, and it started playing random songs that kind of met the same criteria as the music I was listening to. And it played a new, not a new singer, but somebody that was new to me, and I liked it. And the artist, the name of the song was Chocolate Samurai. And it just made me think of my friend Chris. So I tagged him in the thing, and he's like, dude, that's my homie. He's from Oakland. I already know about it. I was like, damn, I was trying to surprise him with a new musician that he hadn't heard of. He's like, oh, yeah, no, I know that. I know him. He's awesome. Yeah.
Sweet.
But it was Chocolate Samurai. I was like, he's the chocolate fanatic. He's all about the chocolate and has great conversation. I don't believe everything he says about chocolate, but
I do.
We'd have to. He said it's like an entire food group on its own is chocolate.
It is. What's wrong with it? Where's it? I'm looking for. There it is.
What?
I'm trying to backtrack in the chat because I've been out of the chat a little while.
Well, Char says that she's not even paid for her AVM thing. She said if there was a paid position with the AVM, I would run for it. I don't know how much she would actually run. Just saying.
There's a lot of people that are actually. Char's not in your face all day long, all the time, but been around a couple days, and I admire quite a few more people than I probably can name.
She says she's not running far. She's old. Not older than Kevin.
Older than Ed.
No, she's not, sir.
I'm
All
not
women,
even-
all
no, I'm
women
not
are
even
25,
far.
sir, except for the
21.
cranky old broad.
They're 21. They're all 21. She said she was 29 on that the other day, and I didn't. I refrained.
Oh, did you see my response?
Yes, I did. You just gotta crank her up, and I'm so happy about
She's
that.
not here. She's asleep.
Oh, we don't care. We'll talk about Skip all night if we have to.
Char, I turn 50 next year.
You do not.
I do turn 50 next year.
What are you in?
My birthday is April 14th.
Oh,
I expect gifts.
I'll be 54 this year. So there you go. 53 and a half right now.
Times 2.
No, that's Ed. If I can just live long enough to be as old as Ed, I'll be happy. And I'll do that because I vape.
You might survive that long.
Maybe. I don't know.
Your wife might smother you in your sleep.
She might smother me when I'm awake. Someday.
I'm sure. Oh, did you see? I think I killed a Brian Fotick post.
What would you do that for?
So
Simmer
last
down.
night,
Simmer
news
down.
broke
Oh, Christ,
that Alec
here we go.
Baldwin shot
Oh my
and
God.
killed somebody while working on a movie set
Jesus
and wounded
Christ.
another person.
This has happened before. This isn't like
Yes,
the
it
first
killed
fucking
Brandon
time.
Lee from The Crow. Like died during the filming of a scene in the movie.
I'm so sad about this.
They haven't really said whether this was during shooting or not. And I meant camera shooting, not people shooting.
Yeah,
but
pun
anyway,
intended or not, doesn't matter.
So I did respond in a not very kind way, and I apologize to Brian because I like Brian.
Yeah,
but my response was a socialist who has lobbied to ban all firearms, filming a movie that has lots of guns, pointing a live prop gun at someone and pulling the trigger. Sad for the families, and I bet he will play the victim. So
I have no comment.
I don't care who you are, whether it's a prop gun or
a BB gun or any other
BB gun or a real gun. You don't point that at another human being.
No. My kids were so pissed off at me when they had the little cap guns,
and
they were pissed.
And if you're a
because I said that.
socialist, and he's clearly a fucking socialist, and his piece of ass, dumbass brother is. We don't want to talk about the Baldwin anti-vaping douchebag, Billy.
That was fun.
But this is a guy who has lobbied actively against firearms, and not just assault rifles.
Well, yeah, but Patrick, in my world, I like special interest.
He's a piece of shit. This guy is a human garbage pile.
I want celebrities to run my life.
One good movie in his entire career.
He did? All right.
Hunt for Red October is a good movie.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I'll agree.
Okay. Actually, The Shadow is a slightly less crappy movie, but everything else is pure crap.
I saw Hunt. I did not see the other, so I can't really.
Who has spent?
He's a douchebag either way.
His entire career,
being a douchebag,
the entire modern part of his career, lobbying against firearms,
yelling at his children, and whatever. It's okay.
And my thing
you
is,
don't
if you
point a gun at anybody unless you intend to kill them.
If you're truly anti-gun, then you shouldn't be making movies where your character uses a gun.
There is, oh my God, this kind of shit just makes me cringe.
My thing is practice what you preach, brother. And if you're anti-gun, then you shouldn't be making millions of dollars making a movie that glamorizes or uses guns.
Oh, I didn't see that, Shara. I try not to follow the stupidity, but that's even worse. The crew had walked off because of unsafe conditions. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
So God knows, okay, so when they're shooting a scene, oftentimes they do multiple versions from different angles so that they can cut them together and make it visually
make it
worth
look
watching,
that way.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there are times where, as like if you're doing a shootout scene, this is a Western. I don't know exactly what the story is, but apparently the story is that one of the characters is in trouble for accidentally killing somebody.
Well, then art imitating life. What?
Oh and I don't know if that's. I don't know the whole truth of this, but yes.
I don't either. I don't either.
So, anywho, they weren't shooting. Somebody said it was a rehearsal. This guy's a volatile human being to begin with.
It's a rehearsal.
They're investigating it, but
you should go to jail.
Was he waving the gun around? I mean, do we know? And obviously, there's a prop master who will probably have to answer for this. That's the guy that's in charge of all the props, and there's probably a firearms dude. Brandon Lee was killed because in the previous day of shooting, they a blank got lodged in the barrel of the gun, and then when they reloaded it and put the new blank in, that when they shot the gun, the part of it that was jammed in the barrel was expelled, and that's what actually killed Brandon Lee. It was a great movie, The Crow, but yeah, this is only vape adjacent. This is the brother of an anti-vaping douchebag.
Yeah, Billy, Billy boy.
But yeah, this is the hypocrisy. This guy's an anti-gun nut, but he's making millions of dollars making a movie where he's using a gun.
And probably protected with bodyguards who have guns.
Oh, God knows he's probably got. Yeah, I mean, obviously Kim Basinger probably wants to kill him for calling his daughter.
Don't get me started on Rosie. So
piece of shit or whatever he called her.
Here's something I know. I carried a gun in different capacities in my life over the years, professionally and personally.
I carry a gun often.
Good, you should. So, and I still do on occasion, but I've never pointed my weapon at anyone in all the times. I had fistfights with it. It's not funny. You don't do that unless you intend to kill somebody, even if it's a blank.
I have actually pulled my gun and pointed it at somebody and pulled the trigger. So
there you go. There you go. There's no excuse for what he's done. And I'll listen. I'll wait. I'm sure he'll have a statement eventually. But I feel sad for that family. Two families, actually.
I mean, the director was wounded and the cinematographer was killed. So, yeah, I mean, this is the state of our situation. We have Hollywood douchebags,
and I'm so not commenting
how to live our life.
Yeah, I'm not commenting on the Twitter thing. I've seen a couple kind of inappropriate things.
Nobody else replied. Nobody else replied to that tweet after I responded.
Well, and I
feel like I accidentally killed Brian Foyce.
Brian's another one we should have had on. Why haven't we had Brian on?
I don't know what Brian is actually doing.
I don't either, but he's an interesting guy. He likes the Packers.
He doesn't really post about vaping very much anymore.
No, not
so
as much.
I don't know what he's doing professionally anymore.
Not as much. Simmer Down is his thing I've stolen from him.
Mm-hmm.
I've said simmer up a few times too.
Simmer up.
And he doesn't like Foreigner. If you want to mess with him. I know. I'm just saying.
You not like
I'm just saying. I don't know.
How? How, Brian Foytik? How?
There's been a couple instances where I've put Foreigner songs under him.
Now I'm disturbed.
So Billy was buying shit underage, so Billy's
he was bragging about breaking the rules when he was buying beers, but
it took me all of 30 seconds of a search to find the tweet. So
and he's all about cannabis. He's all about cannabis.
He's another piece of shit.
Yes, he is.
What a legacy now that they have to
A huge turd.
look at. I'm so sad.
And then the other, there's what, 4 of those kids or whatever, 4 of those Baldwins.
God, fuck, who knows?
Daniel and Alec
I've got 5 older brothers. Not one of them has done
Steven.
anything like that.
Steven. Steven's the Trump guy, though. He's like the black sheep of the family. Like they have their own family feud going on.
Oh, good. Oh, good. All I know is
I was wrong. There's a post here on Twitter that Facebook did not remove content with the phrase "Let's go Brandon" from its platform.
Did not. I like the "I was wrong" part better than the part that they didn't.
Well, I was just reporting what I had read. Now that they've released, there's a Reuters AP report here that says that what I read was wrong, that it had not occurred.
All right. Oh, gaslighting. Did you forget about my gaslighting? I'm very fond of it.
Did you have beans?
No, not this week. Chicken tonight, actually.
Chili with beans?
I hate
See, I think that's redundant. All chili should have beans in it.
It should be less spicy is all I know. No onions, no peppers, just
No, it's gotta have onions and peppers in it, you little wuss.
So
but by definition, chili has beans in it.
So when you have abstracts and silliness, this isn't the same one. Damn it. I'm gonna share it anyway. Screw it. Whether you let me or not, I don't know, but we'll talk about beans some other time.
Tom doesn't like us. It makes him feel uncomfortable when we talk about guns.
Well, Tom, I'll ask you a question. Have I ever shot you? Then don't be so concerned.
It makes him. I mean,
I get it.
I bet you Char has a handgun and it's pink.
She probably got 12 of them.
I bet you she has at least one pink pistol.
It's a freedom here. That's just relax. We're all good.
It's part of America. We're not a prison colony. So
how can e-cigarette fear appeals improve the perceived threat, fear, anger, protection, motivation of young people? How do you think that can happen?
How can e-cigarette fear appeals improve the perceived threat?
Well, how can gaslighting the public? Yeah.
See,
you're appealing
for bragging about having three 9mm.
I got a little pea shooter. That's all I got. So, how can e-cigarette fear appeals? You stop right there at those 5-6 words, whatever it is, and you say, how can we give the perception of fear to the public? How does this work? And we can motivate young people. I feel like David Letterman saying young
fear appeal by definition would be like some sort of like fear-based like educational campaign, like you got worms under your skin or whatever.
There you go. Nicotine, right? You get that fear factor. So I'm not going to read it all because I don't want to bore you guys, but we're going to go down. I always end up going because I can't understand half of the graphs and stupidity.
Is there a financial statement in there?
I did not look this time.
Conflict of interest? Is there a conflict?
I did not look. I like this one here. Fear appeals have no effect on young people. What was the title? Now, fear has no effect on young people age 15 to 24, but significant effect on young people between 25 and 35. I don't understand the mentality.
Well, because when you're 15 and 24, you don't think that you're immortal.
Right.
And when you get after 25, you start thinking, shit, I'm getting old.
The study indicates fear appeals have different effects on young people depending on the factors of age, sex, and whether they are smokers. Can you imagine that? So a non-smoker would have literally no effect, evidently. Evidentiary, is that the word? So in future research, the theoretical study of e-cigarettes could be further explored. They're going to do theoretical studies.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick.
Mhm.
They're not going to do real ones. They're going to do hypothetical shit. And then they're going to release those to further gaslight the communities around the country and the world. The impact of fear, anxiety, and the anger, see the word anger, on the public's protection motivation. They want you to protect your kids. That's what they want you to do. It's worth investigating whether core appraisal factors lead these three emotions to produce the same behavioral decisions. What is that called? What is that called? Behavioral decisions.
Gaslighting. Influencing behavioral decisions is social engineering.
That's yes, that's what I was looking for. So, conducted in the absence of any commercial or financial relationships that could be construed hypothetically as a potential conflict.
It depends on who. If it doesn't list their funding sources, if Bloomberg is in there anywhere, that's obviously. If NIH is in there anywhere,
I don't see it. I don't see any.
So, Char says I should forward you the study results I did for my customers, averaging 44 to 90% said that they, without flavors, they would either DIY or black market. So here's the problem with that. As we're seeing right now, for the last, 4 months, it's been nearly impossible to get nicotine.
I haven't tried. Personally.
Luckily I ordered nicotine prior to that, and got a pretty good supply, and I had to buy 250 milligram nicotine instead of 100 milligram nicotine because that was all they had when I ordered. The premium nicotine that I was using before, which was crystal clear, like literally crystal clear, was unavailable. Nobody couldn't get it, can't get it. So DIY might be a solution for people that stocked up for a short amount of time, but eventually fucking finding raw materials is going to suck.
Mm-hmm.
And, I have quite a lot of flavoring here, but that's not a solution. And it is not a solution for converting existing smokers. So I see a lot of people, posting, and I'm not dogging on Char because this is, but we're going to fuck over the future.
Yes.
Because there's not going to be any mass conversion. People can't we're not going to save millions of smokers if it's DIY or black market, because only the people that have the connections are going to get into the black market. And
none of your friends
have raw goods will
none of your friends are going to be smokers.
So, obviously we've offered in the past to put together a fucking Silk Road for fucking black market vaping products. But that still only helps the people that we know and a small circle of people outside of that circle.
Right.
Are acquaintances and people that I have a liter. No, I have a gallon of 250 milligram nicotine, which will last me 5 years.
Yeah.
Easy.
I think we're at 8. I think.
We're not going to convert millions of people if we can't get nicotine. And whether that's, the long-term vapors are like, well, I only vape 3 milligram, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? A new smoker or, a long-term smoker, that you have 8 liters or 8 gallons, Kevin.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't have 8 gallons. I've got 8. I think it's 8 liters.
8 liters.
I think
8 gallons is a lot.
No. Gallons. Did I say gallons? I did not mean gallons. Good Lord, I couldn't afford that. That would have been a lot of money. Oh my gosh. No, so
we're not saving millions of people.
If you're a black market, this is the thing. If you're the black market, you're looking for the people that want it and know about it and want to get and acquire it. You're not going to be finding the smoker unless it's like a friend of a friend of a friend. because all the people that you've already converted just want your shit. They don't want it for somebody else. So that's going to be the weird.
They're going to go into a gas station and have a
views
solo.
Yeah. Or whatever they are. Yeah.
That's fine. I'm not going to.
No, 8 years. That's what the 8 was.
But
8
I
years.
started with a cig-alike, and it worked. I quit smoking in one day.
48 hours, and it was a crave cig-alike. Yep.
And the people that I see today that are bitching and moaning about the loss of advanced technology, well, blah, blah. Well, you know what? We converted 10 million people with that outdated technology.
Yep.
There's literally been no verifiable increased number.
No.
The only estimates that we have of the number of people that vape now are either CDC numbers, which show about 11 million people, or big tobacco numbers, which I don't trust.
No.
So we converted 10 million, but by 17, 2022, the number is 11 million.
And part of that is because some people enjoy smoking. And part of that is because of the fear.
I enjoyed fucking smoking, Kevin.
So, yeah. As did I.
I'm really, a huge fan of the Plume Room, and I'm a huge fan of Five Ponds. But guess what? The synthetic nicotine has no fucking throat hit, dude.
Really? Oh.
It is so smooth.
Oh.
And the one thing that I want is not here. It tastes good. It gives me the nicotine. But I'm not getting the enjoyment out of this as much as I did. I have old Plume Room, the same recipe. I could use that.
Right.
So there's no throat hit.
Yeah.
It's smooth. So yeah. I need the throat hit. And I actually DIY'd some tobacco 2 weeks ago, and I let it sit here in steeps, and I vaped it in another device that's over there in the living room that I forgot to bring to the table tonight.
Yeah.
And I vaped it, and I'm like, oh, there's my throat hit, because I use freebase nicotine.
Oh, the throat hit article's gone.
So they're giving me hints to use a Flavor Art product or flavor thing called Flash, which I've never heard of before, but apparently that will add throat hit.
Mallory said, is there a nicotine warning on that?
What, on this?
Yeah.
Yes. It's very small.
Try throat punching.
There are plenty of people that would love to give me a throat punch. There are plenty of people that would love to give me a throat punch. There's actually some people in the chat room that probably wouldn't mind punching me in the throat right now.
I'd have to hug you first.
I am seeing a lot of companies, though, in my email inbox that are shifting to synthetic nic, which might temporarily.
There was an article I just tried to find that is no longer, it's a 404 error or whatever. And I wish I'd have kept it as a PDF because it was a very important one, and it helped me explain after David Dorn did the throat hit. And the best way to explain the throat hit to me after reading that was, I like Marlboro Lights, you like Marlboro. I'll smoke the Marlboro, but it's strong. You'll smoke the Marlboro Light, but it's too light. You'll hold the holes, and I'll make more holes because you want that throat hit. It's that little tickle in the back of your throat when you.
Are you trying to stretch out holes, Kevin?
That's what I was trying to do. She's wanting a PM now. So the throat hit is crucial for your experience, and that was why the Juul was way too harsh for me when I tried it, because I wanted to try it, because I thought, what is all the hubbub about this damn product? Well, if I was just not wanting to smoke and tried that, I'd have took to that like a fish to water, and we wouldn't even know each other. What are you
Oh,
doing?
if heat not, I was getting hand sanitizer.
And I want to try a heat not burn.
I still have some really good hand sanitizer here.
Under 48 hours, Tom. Less than 48 hours for my wife and I both.
This.
What? The heat not burn? You got a
The
heat
bottle
not
of
burn?
the hand sanitizer.
Oh.
No, if there had been heat not burn in 2010,
yeah,
I'd be in here now IQOSing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
IQOS
saved my life.
I'd be IQOSing.
Somebody today I saw on Facebook said, "Where's the nicotine patch and gum enthusiasts?" Or to that effect. I don't remember.
Well, we've mentioned that many times. You don't see any nicotine patch advocacy groups or any nicotine gum advocacy groups.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
IQOS, it is or it is not available in the United States now. Did they kill it?
It was available in select markets,
like Atlanta or somewhere.
Yeah, they had a couple of flagship places, but since the FDA pulled their MDO'd them, I don't know. I don't know that they got MDO'd. I should take that back. They withdrew their marketing orders,
like Chantix,
because there was a lawsuit about the patent or about the licensing agreement.
That's right. I think.
So I don't know.
Clive had said that.
I don't know anything other than what I've glanced at on the Twitters. See how I threw Glance's name in there?
Doing that. It's like a drink word. So if you remember being a smoker, and I'm not talking to you specifically, but if you remember how you liked to smoke,
being a smoker.
And you thought, well, this little device that looks like a cigarette might just, that's not so bad. That's the appeal. It's the smoker in you that you have to remember when you're doing anything for any helping of someone wanting to quit, is what did you remember when you started? Too many times, too many of us, even in a thread, I don't remember who we had on saying that we were shaming each other.
Marawa.
Was it Dr. Glover?
It was my T-shirt design. She thought my T-shirt design was shaming people for smoking.
Okay, so if you're going to do that, stop and then think of what you're saying before you say it. You really have to think about what you're saying to the person that's smoking. I say that on purpose again. The person, the human that you're speaking to, still smoking, wants to quit by choice. Then you give them the best information you can. And maybe it's not you that can do that. So if you're going to do that and you're in a vape shop, you guys are the experienced ones, not me specifically, but my friend, I said, no, you can't do the 3 stuff. Try 18, and it worked. And then he eventually went to 3 and now 0. But that's the personal choice, the personal throat hit. Not everybody smoked Pall Mall non-filters like my grandmother, because she was more of a man than me. Grandma would have had.
That's true.
She'd had. I told her that once. She laughed. Grandma would have probably had to have 50 milligram or 54 or whatever, 72 or whatever the hell they go up to. I think Cigar Babe was one that was real high at one time.
I think sometimes she's high. For sure.
She might be. There are other friends of ours who have had high Nick, and that's what worked for them. So high Nick flavors, all that stuff, it's integral in helping people. IQOS, Jewel, hate them as you will, because I do too, has helped people. That's it. If that's what they can get, and the views or whatever the frig is on the market momentarily for good, So throat hit.
I love
taste
this little device.
Taste, strength, backups. That's the simple part. What is it? What are you doing?
I was refilling my little tank. Look at this. It goes like this. Look. I'm docking.
Oh my God. That's what I like about this little Houdini. What is this?
What?
Chroma.
Oh yeah.
It's compatible, and I don't play with these things like you guys do. I'm not a big device guy. I like certain things, but this has I don't know if you can hear it click. And if I have it in my pocket, which you should never do with keys, if I have it in my pocket, it actually can pop off. And I'm like, what's wrong with it? And then I just click it back down. It's fine. So it's magnetic. So I actually suggest these Chromazes along with my Ego batteries. I still love those.
See, if everybody was on YouTube, I could do that.
What?
You can actually do a poll on YouTube.
Oh, you can
and ask people to answer your question.
Oh.
So, but I don't know that Facebook has the ability to add a poll to a live stream.
You're right, Char. You're right.
If Jewel had stayed out of the schools and showed a 50-year-old instead of a 20-year-old,
yeah, they
wouldn't be hated.
And, well, they might still be hated. Elaborating on that part,
I don't have a problem. Their to me, none of their advertisement that I've seen. They're all. I mean, clearly to me, they look like adults. They're young adults.
I don't have what I want. So my grandma wouldn't have wanted to screw with this. She'd have wanted this, which isn't actually an e-cigarette, but
with millions of people saying the same story, not similar, but the same. How can that be seen as anecdotal when in science obtaining the same results means it's a fact? I can't disagree with you on that one.
I missed it.
I never saw one. I never saw a Jewel ad with a Hello Kitty backpack. Now I'm going to go look.
That was probably made up by some politician, I would bet. But I don't know. I kept watching Tobacco-Free Kids advertise. I didn't watch much else. And Truth, of course. Robin Koval spent $60 million in marketing for 2019.
Yep.
And she spent a little over $1 million for research. That's board approved money, just so you guys know.
All right, I'm scrolling here. I'm looking. I'm looking for Hello Kitty.
I remember a Hello Kitty thing, but I don't remember what it was referring to or on or with. I don't remember. There's so many things that have been passed through these halls of stupidity. I can't tell you. But I do remember a Hello Kitty issue.
Okay, so there's a Hello Kitty wrap. But I mean, that wasn't them. I'm going to share this on screen here. Share screen. Share this. Look. Hello there's Kitty. A Hello Kitty wrap.
Yeah.
And this is a Hello Kitty skin.
Yeah. This was an
hell, there's an MVP here with a Hello Kitty wrap on it.
This was a political opponent of some sort showing it. Could have been Durbin or anybody for all I remember.
This is a Chinese company making the.
Could be. But do you like cartoons, Patrick? Do you like Superman?
Well, of course, I'm a 50-year-old man. I love cartoons.
There you go. So, really, this has no bearing on me.
Well, but to society at large, a 50-year-old man watching cartoons is. I mean, I watch Japanese animation, so.
All right. We all do things when we're behind closed doors, right? There you go.
Well, I do lots of things behind closed doors.
Do your thing. You do you. You do you. Don't tell me about it. I don't want to know.
A little bit of tugging here and there. And is that supposed to be a zipper? It didn't sound anything like a zipper.
No, it's just shut it. I don't want to know. I will, for the information of everybody, let you know that when I was having children of my own,
you never had any children, Kevin.
Then they would open their presents at various holidays, birthdays, what have you, and they would always play with the damn box or balloon. So I bought a balloon for Logan. He got all these little wonderful toys, and what did he play with all night with that friggin' balloon?
You can buy a whole bag of balloons for.
We did,
Kevin.
But one of them was helium, and he liked that because he could bop me on the head with it.
I get a good, when I was a kid, I would have untied that puppy.
3 years old. 3 years old. Changed my life.
I would have been breathing the helium in.
I didn't tell him that yet. I don't want him inhaling that yet.
Then I'll get him. Hey, you know what? I'll get him a balloon filled with nitrous.
Star Trek.
Actually, I do not. Bruni's asked me if I watched the Star Trek cartoon. I do not.
There you go.
I tried to watch it.
Are you too much of an adult?
It was embarrassing to the legacy of Star Trek.
Okay, gotcha. I don't watch it. I don't watch Star Wars. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Hate all you.
You know what Star Trek is, Kevin?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I watched the series as a kid. Well, in rerun, I'm assuming, but Ed's the only one I can name that can probably remember Petticoat Junction. I don't know.
I remember Petticoat Junction.
You remember reruns of Petticoat Junction. You don't remember Petticoat Junction.
You're only 4 years older than me.
That wasn't out when we were kids, was it? That was black and white. Beverly Hills, baby.
Dude, I was like 14 or 15 until we got a colored TV. Rich folks had color TV.
Maybe they weren't. Maybe they were colored. I thought that was like 60s or 50s. I don't know.
Now I have to go over and Google Petticoat Junction just to see when it was on TV now.
Oh, fine. I don't know.
1963.
So there you go. Like Bewitched. I see.
I remember Bewitched.
Now that was an actress.
Elizabeth Montgomery, man.
I was in love with that woman. Never returned my calls. Neither did Melanie Griffith. So there you go. 63 to 70.
Wouldn't let her.
Look at Chris knew. 63 to 70. I was 3 in 1970.
I was not born yet. I was not. Oh, here. Speaking of, since you brought this up, I've been watching a lot of live streams from comic book artists, and you brought up Bewitched. So this particular artist is doing a sketch a day.
Wow.
Of Halloween stuff, and he did Bewitched.
Chris, I think Ed was one of the Little Rascals. Actually, I can't confirm that.
He was Froggy.
Was he Froggy?
He was Froggy.
That was a great show. Yeah,
and obviously I wasn't around when that was new.
No,
but I do remember seeing it.
Well, yeah, they played it in school.
I don't remember watching TV in school. We actually learned stuff. We had to read books and stuff.
We had movies on like every quarter or something. Yes, sir. Yes, Bruni.
So I'm not even gonna. Our show started out really high today.
I know, and we could ruin it in seconds.
The quality of our show was amazing. We had an interesting guest. We had a great topic.
I'll ask the
talking
question
about spank material.
Is there really any standard that you have specifically? No.
Me? I have no standards.
I didn't think you did. See, Paul went there.
No standards whatsoever. I let you on the show, Kevin.
Well, there you go. See?
Yeah.
That's all I need to know. Mm-hmm. And Farrah. Farrah was my other one.
Oh, well, she's from here where I live.
Is she really?
She's Texas. From Corpus Christi, Texas.
I knew Texas, but I didn't know where. I had a Farrah belt buckle, a little round buckle.
I had a poster.
I did not have the poster.
I did have a poster.
And I never watched more than 3 or 4 of that show. But
I was huge. So here's the thing. I don't know if it was because when I was a kid, I was a huge $6 Million Man fan.
Yeah, me too.
And since Lee Majors was married to her for a time when I was a kid, I don't know if I was a fan of hers because she was married to my childhood hero, the $6 million man.
Yeah.
There were what?
Jewel
Now Charles.
Pharaoh was a bunny? Really? Oh. Now I gotta Google.
Jewel bought ad space on Nickelodeon and the Cartoon Network. Well, I know Cartoon Network because at night they have Adult Swim, which are adult cartoons on the Cartoon Network.
Crazy. She said, do it. Rabbit hole. She's a bunny, rabbit hole. I get it. That's pretty good.
So I would. No, I'm reading the article. I don't want to poo-poo it.
Patrick's pondering. He's pontificating. Are you going to make Skip admit she's 21 or not when she comes on?
I'm not going to make her. That would be a lie.
Oh.
Because we all know that she's like 110. I'm still reading. It says in a new lawsuit, Jewel is accused of advertising to young children looking online. Mock-up ads of young looking models fashionably holding Jewel devices were uncovered by Massachusetts prosecutors who said the e-cigarette company explicitly targets teens. A Jewel customer service rep told underage customers in Massachusetts how they could get around our laws. According to a lawsuit, Jewel rejected a marketing proposal targeting adults. Instead, the company adopted a campaign targeting a cool crowd. Jewel also bought ad space on youth-focused websites, including Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network and 17 magazine.
Is perception illegal?
No.
So how can it be a just suit to begin? It's all in the eye of the beholder.
Right. Like I said,
this isn't a provable thing. It's
I don't recall ever seeing
well, just because
an ad for Jewel on TV ever.
But because we didn't see it doesn't mean it didn't exist. But the perception of the person seeing it of any age, well, those are for children. They're advertising to children. That's an opinion. That's not a fact. The fact is, hey, kids, look at this. Ice cream, whatever.
Ice cream, you all scream.
So when they say it's because they were marketing to children, doesn't mean they were. It just means the perception, the fear factor is that they were. How could any judge take that literally and say, well, yeah, you guys were marketing to kids? And look, CDC says this.
Dude, there are people in this chat room right now that have the
don't use a big word on me. It's too late.
What's the word I'm going? The
wherewithal. Wherewithal?
No.
I have no idea where you're going.
I'm trying to think of a nice way to say this.
Oh, well, if you just want to say I'm stupid, say it. Don't. Subjective.
The maturity level of a teenager sometimes. So I could be advertising to them because they like watching Rick and Morty, because they like Archer, which is a great cartoon that's on FX, but it is a cartoon. It is an adult cartoon. They talk about sex and actually do, animated sex and stuff on the, So to a lot of people, they would say, oh, well, you guys are immature.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to grow up, but I don't like grown-ups, including you. So you have to prove your case in a court of law, though, right?
Right.
Beyond reasonable doubt. So there's reasonable doubt that they were marketing to children. There's reasonable doubt that children were seeing the ad.
So
There's reasonable doubt.
Here's the thing about ad buys on websites.
Yeah.
Most ad buys on websites are done through an advertising service.
Mm-hmm.
And you go to a website and the ad changes every time you click.
Right.
And it's not always the same company. So
Right.
if Jewel bought ad space through one of those services through banner sales and things like that,
Mm-hmm.
they don't specifically target where they're buying. They buy through a service who then sells that service to websites to get monetization for their websites.
Right.
There's no way to prove that Jewel purposely picked Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and 17 Magazine's websites,
right?
Because that's not how they work.
Okay, so they're not.
That's not how ad buys on the internet work.
Okay.
So just because this article brings up mock-up ads with young people, young adults,
right?
We've seen their ads. Yes, they're young, happy-looking adult people.
Right.
As far as buying ad space on Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and 17 Magazine's websites, those are web buys. That's not how advertising on the internet works.
Right.
Each one of those websites do not negotiate deals with advertisers. Advertisers sell or buy blocks using a service,
right?
Google,
to get to an audience.
You can make a contract with these ad companies to add banners to your website and place them throughout your website, and you get revenue based on clicks. That's how it works.
Right. So a judge in the end can go, yeah, you're going to dismiss this.
Well, somebody would actually have to go in and explain SEO and explain how the internet actually works. And I don't even understand all of this crap, but I do understand how advertisement works on the internet.
Well, I'm under the assumption that they both have good attorneys, but the people that are suing
this ad. I mean, as far as I know, this lawsuit never went anywhere.
I didn't. Okay, I didn't know.
Massachusetts. It's either still.
Oh, is that Healy?
Yes,
Maura Healy or something.
This is probably one of the ones that they settled for an undisclosed amount of money just to make it go away.
Just shut them up. That's the fun part. They got all the free advertising, government free advertising saying we're going to sue because children, your children. And then it went away.
Yeah.
They got a lot of mileage.
I just opened my YouTube or my Twitter, and the very first tweet is a new tweet, or is it somebody from our chat room is responding to a tweet from TT, and it's the first. I wish you people would quit interacting with him so I don't have to see him, because I don't follow him, and the only way his tweets show up on my feed is when y'all reply to it. Damn it. Ignore the piece of shit.
He's something. I can't resist. It does, because it doesn't matter to me.
He's so stupid.
They're all equally stupid.
Clearly a shill.
Well, yeah. Paul's already shown that he worked for Bloomberg, so it doesn't matter.
Well, I showed it on his LinkedIn profile.
Well, maybe it was you. So, hey, the California, I forget who they are already because they blocked me today. What is it? The nicotine
cannabis at the blocking game?
Yeah, the Nicotine Cannabis Policy Center blocked me. They didn't like what I said, I guess.
Uh-oh.
All 400 followers.
I gotta go see if I can get blocked.
Well, Juca, I forget what I even said now. I'd have to go to my response. Oh, it was about e-cigarettes can aid in quitting smoking, and it's like 8% likely to relapse. I said, really? What's the relapse rates on? Oh, wait a minute. I already found that. It's 30 tries, lots of stigma and bullying, and then you still smoke, and people love that. So Juka said apparently I got blocked by them for having the temerity, which I had to look up, to give an answer. I was hoping for tenacity, to give an answer to the question they asked, because they said, "What do you think?" So I told them, and you shouldn't be asking questions if you can't handle the public answering them. Cal NPC, whatever.
I can't even find them.
You can't even find them.
Let's go to the
Let's go to the Victor share screen. Let me see. Where is it? Let me move it over to the Victor share screen because it's easier for me. It really is actually easier. There we go. Share. I got to make it bigger.
Yeah, you definitely got to make that shit bigger, dude. Rub it some more.
So
yes, rub it.
Like it's getting bigger. Relax. It's cold in here. So still believe e-cigarettes can aid in quitting cigarette smoking. According to whoever the fuck these people are, smokers who switched from combustibles to e-cigarettes were 8% more likely to relapse. Well,
but they blocked you. Are you?
I'm trying to get to my tweet on an incognito thing, but I can't. It's all fun and games. Here we go. That'll do it there. So incognito, when you are blocked from someone where you can see this right here, here's a little Twitter.
I found it.
You found it? Here's a little Twitter trick. If you click on them and then you right click and you go incognito window here on my screen on Chrome, it's also private tab, I think, on Firefox, and click on that, it will open up their site for you and you can see it without logging out and going into another account. Now you can't do anything on here, but you can see their site, which is what I usually do with Glance and whoever else. So you got it on there. I'll stop sharing.
Yeah, I gotta. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the tweet. It says, still believe that e-cigarettes can aid in quitting hashtag cigarette smoking, according to U.S. University of California, San Diego Institute for Public Health. Smokers who switched from combustible cigarettes to e-cigarettes were 8% more likely to relapse. Without any link to the actual.
No, there is a link.
Science.
The key.
Is that a link?
That's the link. It's some bullshit story.
It's a fucking link to a CNN bullshit article that you got to go down and.
Right. Made analysis. It's a Glancian type thing. Who cares?
They're not even fucking. Oh, here he goes.
Yeah, we know better. All 6 people they probably asked, I hit them twice today. Usually I only fuck with them one time.
Will it actually let me download the PDF?
I didn't go that far. Hard telling. Sometimes they're paywalled, sometimes they're not.
Nope, it's open.
Ooh, good. Even
Let's
better.
See.
We'll learn together.
Through... This large U.S. nationally representative study does not support the hypothesis that switching to e-cigarettes will prevent relapse to cigarette smoking. So let's look at the design, setting, and participants. This cohort study analyzed a nationally representative sample of U.S. households that participated in 4 waves of the this is the PATH study, conducted between 13 and 17, combining 2 independent cohorts, each with 3 annual surveys. Eligible participants were individuals who smoked at baseline, had recently quit, or at the first follow-up and completed the second follow-up at survey. So this is analyzing data from PATH from 13 to 17. What year are we in, Kevin?
2021 and a half. Yeah.
So this is almost 4 years old, this data?
While they were telling people that you're going to die. Yeah.
2021. Okay, let's see. All they did was this is a data analysis. It's just number crunching of a total of 13,604 participants who smoked cigarettes at baseline. 9.4% recently had quit smoking. The mean age was 41.9 years old. There's a information about the gender of the people. Gender is a real thing, by the way. Using them daily, a total of 37.1% used a non-cigarette tobacco product, and that would be vaping. 62.9% were tobacco-free. Rates of switching to e-cigarettes were highest for those who were in the top tertile of tobacco dependence. There's a percentage, 26.4% were non-Hispanic white. And higher incomes, blah, blah, blah. At follow-up, 2 unadjusted relapse rates were similar among those who switched to different tobacco products for any tobacco product. Successfully quit, blah, blah, blah. Relapse with significant requit. Control the potential co-founder. So there's no control.
Right, no control. But see, the way I read that is 8% more likely to relapse. So what, 94% were not. That's the way I saw it. But anyway, I was going to say that.
No. They're saying that normal relapse for without e-cigarettes,
right,
has a relapse rate, right?
Yep.
So they're saying that the e-cigarette relapse rate was 8% higher than the relapse rate for other quit methods. And all this is number crunching. I could actually get the data, the raw data, and crunch it and make it say anything I wanted it to say. Exactly. Obviously, Glance's handbook is called How to Lie with Statistics.
Yeah. So
and we actually have a picture of Bill Gates sitting at a desk with a pile of books, and that exact book is on his desk.
Oh, good Lord. No,
I don't know if that was a joke.
Wow.
But it's an actual picture that was published. And it's the top book in a pile of books on the top of his desk. How to Lie with Statistics.
Well, I did a video quite a while back, and I'm not good at it, so I wish somebody would do better than me. I would encourage you to do so. If you're going to see that tweet and underneath it you see my video, make one better. 30 times average tries to stop smoking. I probably tried over my lifetime, probably 10 times off and on with gum.
Well, it's hard to quit when the dinosaurs are trying to eat you.
Exactly.
You're stressed out.
And incognito, without any help at all, the willpower stuff. And I tried a cigar. I thought, well, if I do this, it'll be less, really. And that didn't work. And then eventually the 48 hours it took almost to stop was with a cigarette. But I didn't realize that the average person would go 30 different tries. And it stunned me so much that I created this little video with, little sounds and explosions and shit. And I think it's 2 minutes long. Dr. Rodu actually liked and retweeted me on that. He said, this is accurate. It is accurate. And when you succeed, it's a 7% success rate. And they don't tell you that. I never thought did you ever buy anything to try to stop smoking and go, what is the percentage of this that I'm going to?
I got hypnotized, dude. I paid to be hypnotized and it didn't work.
So did my dad. He did it. He did that, I think, 3 times and it didn't work. Nothing for him worked. He quit cold turkey at 71. He died a few months later. That was it. All those years. So when they're going to have, the honesty in advertising, they're saying that 8% in the wording and the numbers are all fucked up. Be truthful about the approved products first, because most people won't try them if they know. I wouldn't have. If my doctor said, yeah, you're going to do this about 30 times, I'd have said, really? No, I'm not going to do it at all.
Give me my pack of cigarettes back.
Yeah, I had a prescription. I'm that old. The first time I tried it was a prescription. You know?
Well, they wouldn't give me a prescription because I was like 12. So
Yeah. And I had to pay 80% or 40% or whatever the fuck my health insurance was. Exactly. That's what worked for mine, Jar. Yeah. Yeah. Lung cancer, 71. Yeah.
it's driving me crazy, the latency between these two.
Yeah. My dad's wording was years before, if I'm ever going to get lung cancer, I'm going to smoke until I'm dead. But he quit a few months before, didn't even remember smoking. You know, he was so out of it, he didn't know. But yeah. Yes, he shot himself in the dick. That's what he did, Bernie. A number of times. Kids, boys, erections. There's something wrong with that motherfucker. There's something wrong with him.
What are you?
I'm referring to Bruni's comment of glance.
Are we talking about boys' erections on my YouTube?
I'm referring to your buddy,
Trying to get me in trouble.
Professor Puffinstuff.
You're trying to get me banned off of YouTube. That's what you're doing.
I think Aaron was probably snickering inside when he was listening to Glance because of the footage that he knew he had, and I'd love to see the rest of it. So yeah. And yes, Mallory, I'm an exception, as is Oz, obviously, and Patrick, but yeah.
What?
She said most people would rather go back to smoking than vape a tobacco-flavored e-juice.
Not Kevin and I. And
right, we're
not Oz.
We're rare. We're the rare breed of vapor. I've tried flavors though. I've at least tried them.
I have banana pudding over here, and then I have my tobacco. I went and got it while you were jibber jabbering a while ago.
Nope, not me. I even try. I love root beer, and I couldn't do it. Could not do it. What do you?
Ladies and gentlemen, the late Yul Brynner.
I really wanted to make a commercial when I discovered that I was that sick and my time was so limited. I wanted to make that commercial that says simply, now that I'm gone, I tell you, don't smoke. Whatever you do, just don't smoke.
Mm-hmm.
If I could take back that smoking, we wouldn't be talking about any cancer. I'm convinced of that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
that's my
heyday. Back when American Cancer Society actually did.
They actually did public service. That's exactly right.
Like, they don't do that anymore.
No. I haven't seen them do that in years. I haven't
seen an anti-smoking commercial in years.
We wasn't there a show where we looked for it?
Yes, we did.
You see what I did there? Wait, do you see what you did there?
I know.
We looked for them, folks. They don't exist right now. They haven't existed for 10 years.
We share a brain. Yes, I actually did. We did an image search for anti-smoking commercials. We looked by date and by region.
Yes.
And there was no. I mean, the newest ones we could find were the UK.
2012, I think, was the
UK had some, and India had some, and neither one of them were the American Cancer Society.
If I remember right, and I'm probably wrong, I think the one you did find was like 2012, or determined to be. It may have been. I may be wrong. It's quite old. Haven't seen it. Probably won't see them for quite some time.
Let me go over here to tools.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll go by date.
Don't hit your porn link. Don't.
No, I already
close that out. All right, good.
I closed all my incognito tabs. I don't want you looking at my midget clown porn.
Oh, it's midget clown now. Okay, all right. Yeah. Little people. Even,
I mean, the truth in the last like 3 years, all of their ads have been anti-vaping ads.
Yes.
They're going to anti-nicotine ads.
There was opioids in the middle, and they stopped it for some reason. I think their funding went away or something. I don't know. Somebody else took it. Who knows?
Purdue said we're not writing you a check anymore.
Something.
Nope.
Yeah, we're closed. What was that show that you told me to watch on Netflix? What was the name of that?
I told you to watch a show on Netflix.
Yes.
Oh,
The Pharmacist.
Midnight Mass.
No, The Pharmacist.
Oh, yeah, The Pharmacist.
Holy
Yes,
Christ! If you people don't listen to me ever on any show that I've ever been on or will be, go watch The Pharmacist. Holy crap! Oh my goodness! One guy.
This ad would never get approved for the United States, but this is a French anti-smoking ad.
All right. Why would you? For Christ's sake! Remember the one with the boys in the bathroom? They're both standing there going to the bathroom or ready to go into the bathroom. That was a United States one, wasn't it?
No,
wasn't that wasn't U.S.
Yes, it was. But it was an anti-vaping ad.
No, I thought it was a smoking ad.
No, the one I remember are two teenage boys with a vape going into the bathroom.
I may be wrong. See, I say I may be wrong. You say you're never wrong.
Because it's true.
Oh, look, Ed's still awake. Must have been med time.
He knew you were saying bad things about him.
And why, Ed, do you know how big Yule's balls were?
2012, 2014.
Ed, it's time
2014.
2014 what?
This is the most recent anti-smoking.
Okay. From whom?
The Real Cost. CDC.
Which is, okay, all right.
Now, if I go anti-vaping or anti-tobacco, then there's more.
Right. Anti-nicotine is next. We've already shown that.
Yes.
This is an anti-nicotine world. Bruni, you're right. They don't want you happy. They want to continue to beat you down. And the one in the toilet, yes, Mallory. That I think was true.
That was a vaping ad. That
could have been Real Cost.
That was the Real Cost. I just passed it.
Idiots. Stigma. Idiots.
All right, Kevin. My leg is falling asleep.
Yep.
It means it's time for me to go to sleep.
Yep. It is time to go to sleep.
Chris, yes. The PACT Act stuff covers anything that can be vaped.
Yep.
Hardware, zero nicotine, CBD, Delta 8.
All inclusive. Anything. Cigarettes are still available at your local package store or convenience store if you're in the Midwest or West Coast.
Yep.
Ed, that's that place you get your denture stuff.
The pot people are raising hell because that means, they've realized now that their
next
vapable product, they can't go. The PACT Act covers them too.
But their next words, the two words, you're next. Whatever it is you do besides.
I used to get cigars in the mail all the time.
You're next. I know.
As long as they weren't Cubans, it was cool.
Yeah. Now you can get those, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm gonna quote
now. Consumer. See, the issue is whether or not consumer will be covered.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to open my shit up to find it out, right?
Obviously, China doesn't give a shit. China will still ship stuff. They'll just call it something else.
Electronic.
They won't, So the only people that PACT Act is really fucking over are the companies that have online sales or the consumers that order ingredients for, flavorings.
Right.
You can argue about flavorings, but nicotine, or like I said, and I don't personally stand or fight for or advocate for CBD or Delta 8. I mean, that's not what we're here for. But yeah, I mean, they fought all these years to be considered legitimate, and we fucked them over by getting them included in our shit.
Yeah.
So,
Chris, I appreciate that comment.
Yes. Just don't make sure your shipping label doesn't say vaping on it.
Yeah.
I know a couple vape companies have changed their labels to say fulfillment center and the address instead of putting their company name on there.
There you go. Whatever it takes.
So,
whatever it takes to keep you in business and people who don't want to smoke, not smoke. That's all.
So, Kevin, what do you have to say for yourself at the end of the night?
My grandson is 3 years old. I love that. I can't express how much he's changed my life. Someone finally understands me, at least for the moment. These were mandatory, by the way.
You are on the same age,
pretty well,
maturity level as your 3-year-old.
The mentality is very close, yes, because we both giggle like crazy, And there's a wallet in my desk here. He grabs and he looks through and he gets his $1 every time he's here. Sublingual use.
$1? You're a cheap bastard. You should at least give him a $5.
He's up to like $14 bills, and he's got I don't even know how much change. He's got more change in his bucket than I've got.
This is the last time I've actually touched a coin.
But he gets $1 every time he comes here. After he leaves, I just put in the other $1 because it's a game. It's Matchbox cards are in the drawer as well. So, yeah. So yeah, that was my.
Steal. So you're saying you put $1 in the drawer, and when he opens the drawer, there's $1 in there, and he takes it?
No, he doesn't steal.
You're teaching him bad habits, Kevin.
I put the wallet in there. Well, because eventually he's going to take it from his daddy anyway to buy cigarettes because vaping products won't be available. So I put $1 in there, and he's got to figure out which pocket it's in. It's just a game. I could put the same $1 in. I could be that cheap, but it's $1 for now. But by the time Christmas comes around, he's going to have $30 to $40 in there.
So Char said that she's going to send me some of this stuff that's supposed to add throat hit.
There you go.
But then I don't have any synthetic nicotine.
Oh.
So that's See, somebody's going to have to send me a gallon of synthetic nicotine to test. I don't
have any thoughts. You know that.
That's true.
It's a blank stare most of the time. That's all.
Well, when he turns 18,
yeah,
his grandpa's buddy's going to fly up from Texas and take him to a strip club.
That's fine.
Or we might actually have to fly him to Vegas.
Once Grandpa takes a nap, you go. Is that what you mean? Just tuck him in.
Just saying,
Yeah.
Maybe I know some really nice strippers in New Orleans. Maybe we'll go there.
Go to New Orleans, yeah. All right.
Yeah. Actually, by the time he's that old, they will be way out of his age. We have to find new strippers.
I imagine they'll replace them.
Yeah, it might be their granddaughters by then.
Yeah, it might be a 35-year limit. You might have to wait till he's 36. I don't know.
No, it could be like Hawaii. He has to be 100 before he can vape and smoke and go to a strip club.
Yeah, but smoking and drinking are going to be 21 forever.
No. I mean, Hawaii says that they want to make their age to buy cigarettes 100 at some point.
There ain't enough people that care. They don't care about their rights.
I mean, there's a huge black market though. So
I got to go to the mainland, or I got to buy from that guy. What?
I'm sure there's quite a lot of Filipinos that fly into the Hawaii because there's a lot of Filipinos that live in Hawaii. They buy them for $12 a carton in the Philippines and bring them back and sell them for $100 in Hawaii.
And they're getting a deal at $100.
Damn, I need to go in. I need to get into that business, Kevin.
I used to go to Kentucky on occasion and get mine.
I used to order cigarettes from Sweden.
Do they really?
I used to order cigarettes from Sweden.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Because I wasn't gonna roll my own.
People might be listening.
I had coworkers that had those little cigarette rolling machines. I mean, there was a time when roll your own was a big deal because
I did it.
Cigarettes got so fucking expensive.
I did it. That was what I did when I quit. I still had some. I bought the vape and I bought more tobacco and I gave the tobacco away. I bought more rolls.
They had the
tubes.
The little tubes that already had the filters on them, and you could just.
Yep. I bought those too. Yeah, and then I gave them away. My kids had been using it for quite a while. I didn't know it at the time, but.
Well, I would have used it for alternative. I wouldn't have used it for. Because I could never.
That was a pain in the ass.
I could never,
Well, I could roll a joint. I do have a final thought. If you're going to have continued business doing what you guys do that are in business, and you end up doing it incognito, if you will.
Good for you.
I promote and encourage that. I just can't promote you doing it because then you might get in trouble. I don't want you in trouble. Do it anyway. Fuck it. Fuck them all. That's my thought.
Fuck them all.
Fuck them all.
So, I mean, this is not coming up yet, but I will share my screen for this. This is my tweet. Basically advertising that we are participating in the scope. We're going to do it 4 nights. So if we look at the calendar here, this is all Hong Kong time. So the first night is it's a half day or whatever. It's not the whole day. Starting at noon and going to midnight. CAFRA, they're doing a panel discussion with Colin. The Thai people are doing it, and some of these are actually in English, and some of these are in Thai, in the languages of the country.
Dr. Glover's in there.
The Taiwanese thing is going to be done in Thai, and then the Mara was doing a presentation in English. Then the Filipino vapors are doing in Filipino, and then Malaysia is doing Bahasa, which is the language of Malaysia. Then the next morning, there's the Latin American one in Spanish. Then the CASA panel in English is from 8. And this is Hong Kong time, 8 in the morning to 9. So it'll be 9 p.m. our time. And then we're actually, no, it's 7 p.m. because we're on at 9 p.m. our time. This is Smoke Free Radio, Son of Liberty Radio. Then CAFRA is going to be on in English. Then there's a CAFRA panel. Mara was on pretty regular through this whole experience, just like us. I know that Paul and Leanna are in several panels or in a panel, and I might suck them into coming as well. So this is the whole schedule of the event. If you go to my Twitter or you go to CAFRA's Twitter, just got to remember what the time conversions are from U.S. time to figure out what time to watch it in America.
Yep.
But
and I didn't say this. Troop. I didn't recognize Troop in the room tonight.
I said Troop. Hello to Troop way earlier.
All right.
Come on now. So, yeah, I mean, there's not, and then the hours that there's nothing scheduled for, they do have like pre-recorded content from me and from other people that they will be broadcasting. As far as I'm concerned, they can go to our YouTube and download any video they want and play it. I don't care.
I think you should just cut Hennage's moments of saying, we know, for the 45 seconds or so, and just play that in the interims. That should be the lead in and follow up to every single one.
Everybody needs to go to YouTube, and if you're not already following CAFRA's YouTube, and go and like their Facebook page. because all of this content will be available on their broadcast stuff. And I don't know, we may be able to rebroadcast it at the same time to our outlets, but I really would prefer people go to their, people need to be following CAFRA. People need to be
following Dr. Glover, following
obviously,
Charles.
but all of this content will be on the CAFRA outlets. So that's my final thoughts.
Strength. Following shows strength.
If they don't have any followers, if they, if only 100 people watch this shit, it's an embarrassment. I mean, this is a big effort. This is advocates from all over the world joining together to stand and yell so that people can hear us.
Unconstitutional in Mexico. Did you see that?
No.
Oh, Jeffrey had that. Oh, I don't know my Twitter. Wait a minute.
Sure, I have a job. I have
Go on. Anyway, it was unconstitutional. I like that.
They have a constitution in Mexico?
I don't know. I do on occasion, Troop, look at him like a piece of meat.
Well,
Oh wait, that was Fig. You got confused. And they called it harm reduction, Char said. So there you go.
This is in Spanish.
Did you find it? It doesn't matter what language it's in. You can hit translate on Twitter.
I'm looking.
Char said they call it harm reduction.
I haven't seen anything on Jeffrey's thing that talks about unconstitutional yet.
Oh, maybe it wasn't Jeffrey then. I lied. I didn't tell the truth. I've been following so many anti-dickheads for so long that I don't remember.
All right, well,
anyway.
You'll find it. Oh, here it goes. I think this is it. Let me translate. So it says, Mr. Roberto Sussman on how the Supreme Court of Mexico declared unconstitutional the ban on the marketing of nicotine vaping products. Big step towards helping 15 million people who smoke in Mexico being able to be the beginning of the way to the regulation. So obviously there's some translational
choice
stuff, but I just want everybody to, like I said, focus on the efforts of our international brothers and sisters.
Yes, that's why I brought that up.
Remember that we are not monolithic in this. This is everyone all over the world has the same story as we do. And they don't want to die. And they just want to be able to quit smoking, and they want to be able to have a choice on how they do it.
We've proven that over and again.
Every week almost. So anyway, love you guys. Try to enjoy your weekend. Try to have some fun. And enjoy your family. Enjoy your time. Because this shit is not going anywhere. The battle's still going to be here, and we will be back in 7 days. So I got a new stinger to close, Kevin. Don't run away.
All right.
It's new. Brand new.
If we look at a subset of smokers who are otherwise unable or unwilling to quit, they're going to continue to smoke that pack of cigarettes. Half of them will die prematurely later in life from that decision. If we could get all of those people to completely switch all of their cigarettes for one of these non-combustible products, that would be good for public health.